fucking good. Let's just start from the fucking beginning and then come back to just doing it. doesn't, but let's see. It doesn't, because the energy conservation, or maybe, like, honestly, if it does break it, then thermodynamics is wrong. Yeah, exactly. It requires a new thing. Yeah, is a response to the entire system, like the entire system. So maybe like what? But the question I was thinking just of before was, is this Planck discrete quantized structure within, underneath space time, or is it part of space time? And if it's breaking thermodynamics, then that means that it's underneath it, and then therefore it's not breaking it within the entire system, if that makes sense. Yeah, the grid is active, and so it's like a whole new framework of like understanding that the grid is active. Like spatial consistency is critical. Yeah, so but the energy global framework conservation is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. To see how reframe not in a continuous space like within that system, but over discrete time steps of the expanding grid. So like include the expanding grid. Yeah, no, it enhances entropy because it adds a reason for time, which are the time is now not just like time, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's how many additional tiles are being added. That is what time is. Yeah, you can, as long as the time is at 0 or 1 and you just pause, yeah, they stop. Oh, so it's not an energy? Are you positing here that the motion force isn't an energy when it hops? Even if the object gains inertia that it otherwise wouldn't have had, isn't that literally an increase to energy within a net a zero sum game? That is the universe. I got more to ask you. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was saying, by the way. I was saying that this is exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad you're on the same page. I was thinking there's two options. Either one, space-time and this discrete scale are inbuilt, and then if this were the case, thermodynamics would be broken. Or 2, this discrete scale underlies the fabric of space-time, and so there is an entirely new there's entirely new understanding of entropy that needs to be considered due to this addition of this underlying discrete number line. Bifurcation. Space-time emerges from it exactly. The foundational substrate. These are less important things, so I'll just make them smaller. Because this is more of a quiz on. Sorry, this is more of a an explanation of when you've got an assignment and you're working with Jeter. And right now, Altman, because he's like drip feeding, he doesn't allow us to fucking, click here. Oh, color. Oh, just color this green. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Thanks, man. Right click, color green, whatever. No, you can't do that. I mean, maybe if I download it for Windows. Maybe. Still bet you no. Like, it's just because he's drip fitting. He's a fucking, obviously, like, he's not as smart as like, he's obviously just insane. At least fucking smart. So he knows exactly, it's like, business is not hard. Like, wow, just drip feed him and make him, like, posting on October the fucking 1st, you envy us. Like, you fucking prick. Like, and everyone's thinking that fucking Jeff Bezos and Perplexity is adding up, getting better, and then he just fucking drops. Like, but no, you can't add color coding. That's all we want, is because we have so much shit, mate. You know that's the problem. What am I gonna fucking post every goddamn thing? Like, in my Word, and then it's all a mess, especially when I'm doing maths. Like, such an asshole, man. But of course, when it's fucking releases, oh my god, Altman, like, thank you. Just be the best from the start and we'll be loyal as fuck. Like, be the iPhone. It's just bad business. You're not as smart as you think you are. Like, obviously you're wizard as fuck, but, like, business-wise, you come in hard, you come in strong, and you just let people know, like, you are the king, and you're gonna stay king, unless you die of cancer from, Let's see if I can fucking right-click this bad boy. Can I, yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, good on you, bro. Good on you, bro. Is there any reason to use this instead? I guess it looks a little cleaner. Whatever, bro. Yeah, defining what it even means. configurations of continuous phase space, which is like that's saying like, oh, this is one configuration, and then when I move my hand, no, that's not what it means, because then it gets super messy, like all the different possibilities. No, it's just tile, 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 tile. Yeah, of course, irresistible tile configuration growth. Time does not pass because of entropy increasing. Entropy increases because the tiles are increasing. Yeah, you can't remove tiles, so it has to increase. The motion force is the origin. Oh, not I wouldn't say that the motion force is the origin. I would say the absolute space is. I would say the absolute space is the origin of the thermodynamic arrow of time. The motion force is a emergent property which comes out of the fact that there is absolute space which expands and objects must eventually, once this bind to a tile, e.g. if it's a centered tile and the tiles are in an even position, when it moves to an odd position, it moves back to being exactly centered. So when people talk about, this is why people like say like, oh, is this ChatGPT? They mean like, oh, it's right but it's wrong, as in like it's completely wrong but it looks right, as in shit like that. Like you think, oh, it's right, but like no, it just randomly will come. See, that's why people shit talk like, oh, you used on ChatGPT. If it's completely correct, then STFU. But when that's what you think, but they're right because you just copy paste this and it was also good, and then you just posted this and the whole thing fucking is retarded. As in the original meaning of the word, you know? You mad. Actually, you nad. Actually, keep hustling. We'll check that out. It's a gold mine. Thanks, man. I think this is kind of random. All the data's already out there, that's why it's like, fuck. That's why it's gonna come down to it for me actually having to read that shit. Look, before we get to doing field equations, let's first set out the postulates. Firstly, I am of the belief that the motion force is the fundamental force by which all these forces in physics are made solved, as in I believe it is kinetic energy. It is the force it has to be kinetic energy because the object goes from rest to movement. This movement can be captured, and this would be the force. Oh, stop doing this, guy. General Artificial Intelligence, GAI, gay cunt. No, I asked it not to do this. Oh. What? Let's forget the equations for now. We've barely scratched the surface. We don't even know what these equations are trying to prove. Let's just talk about this unifying theory for now before we crystallize yeah, whatever. Crystallize. There's still a lot of stuff to do. Now, I'm not going to say that it's unstretching, as clearly from GR, the tiles get bigger as a mass gets bigger. I think it's fair to say, unless this addition to GR/views is inconsistent with this idea that mass does make these tiles stretch, and this is why. And this is backed by light taking longer to hit places when it goes around massive objects, which is because the tiles it's going around are longer due to the nature of the equation, especially being high. Yes, yes. Yes. I don't like this part. I don't see why. Like, let's fucking cool it, mate. Like, fuck. Like, makes sense because objects, like galaxies, are moving further away from each other. So obviously the tiles are spawning in empty space more. But like, I don't know why it's fucking constantly fucking going there. Oh, that's what resistance is. That's what fucking mass is. Oh, it's how big the fucking tiles get. Ah, is that what you're saying? Is that what mass is? It's how big the tiles get, and that's what this resistance is. It's not so much resistance in the frictional way. It's resistance in the sense that it takes longer for the particle to hop to another part of absolute, hop on absolute to the next tile on absolute space because the tile is bigger. And I mean time, because it's space time. Oh, because it's fucking space time and one. This is fucking special relativity in 1925. You know, shout out Einstein, just fucking hustling. Like, all the boys are at war, and he's just like 1916, just fucking posting science. Like, okay, can't get on the front lines. Anyway, you know, roaring 20s, he's just fucking snorting up coke because everyone's just like, oh, you know, we're all like, you know, just done. But I guess you're smart, you know, we'll hang out with you, Matt. Oh yeah, time, space, man. This also explains time dilation near massive objects because the tiles are huge. So when you move through them, you might move 100 meters, but you're actually moving 10 kilometers, and that's where the dilation occurs, the mechanic. Yeah. I mean, does it work? That makes sense. It's not about clocks being slow, because whether you're right near a black hole, shout out Interstellar, the tiles being added are still being added. Like, it's 1 second, 2 second. But so it's not gravity. So it's not gravity, which is increasing time dilation. It's mass itself. Gravity is just related to mass, but it's the mass which causes the tiles to be bigger, and the tiles being bigger increase the space-time. relative to other absolute space, other coordinates on absolute space. Time is still 1, 2, 3, as that is driven by the tiles updating, and that's universal, but it's the takes to get through this, even though physically it's just as easy to walk 100 meters. Albeit heavier, but that's not the reason why time is dilating. Time is dilating because the tile is huge. Is this consistent with current physics? Is there corroborating fucking observational data on this? Is this making sense? Of course it is, but I'm just... Because they were saying that the clock slows down, which pissed me off. Like, it's obviously one clock. The universe is getting bigger. That's one... Like, whether you're near... What do they call it? Andromeda. Whether you're near Gargantua, shout out Nolan, like, it doesn't... Like, that... It's expanding at the same time. Yeah, there are fewer tiles. Yeah, so mass is exactly the same. Like, everything's the same. But the tiles are bigger. And there's fewer of them. So time is a function of how many tiles one is moving through space-time. And essentially... Their clocks obviously didn't tick slower. That always pissed me off. And it was obviously from the start. And them just speaking it like it was fact. If you don't know the answer, say we don't know, it's a theory. Like, I hated how they were saying that it was like, their clocks are running different. I'm not talking about the artists who were talking about it. I'm talking about the scientists. Like, the top guys. Like, say, this is currently a work in progress, so we all know. It's not a failure on you. It's, we're all human. We're all in this together. Like, it's just they get so attached with their industry. Like, and if their industry is less, like, are we shit talking? Like, it's all because it's all a battle with Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley blew up and, you know, it's all, no. It's a one humanity. We're all in it together. Obviously, everyone's collecting capital units because we all want to see the world go where we want it to go more than some dickhead who wants to go in another direction. That's why the capital units are. But ultimately, we all love humanity. We all think, like, as much as I hate humanity, I love humanity. Football, sports, chatting, hanging out. Like, even the fucking dickhead drama of it all. I mean, you know, we're here. And the thing is, even if I absolutely hated it, which I do, what are we going to do? Just to let kangaroos evolve? Or like dolphins evolve just to start raping on land? Like, and you go, oh, humans already do that. Well, yeah, that's where the state gets involved. But I mean, that's also why, you know, understand. Oh, we're not animals. We're human beings. Yeah, dude. This is its own paper, this one. Yeah, it's mechanically deep, but the whole point is it mechanically explains GR, which Einstein was constantly saying, like, oh, you know, someone's gonna come along and fucking explain it, like, because, like, look, and that's why this pissed me off that they were acting like it's solved already, because I fucking studied Einstein's mental hustle rather than the fucking field equations, because I knew they weren't complete. Because if they were complete, it would say 1.62345 equals, like, this is, you know, instead it's Einstein tensor equals C4. It's not completed, so obviously it's not completed. What did Einstein say about the unification theory of physics? Give me a bunch of his 100% corroborated, 100% veritas quotes. I'm not going to say anything more. I could say, like, oh, it's all... He was saying it's going to be something that's, like, simple and just, like, a little change of perspective. That's a very good point. Yeah, literally. This is all the physics... Just built this huge microscope, Hadron Collider. Like, I'm not going to hate on the Hadron Collider. It's cool to check out all the things inside there, but, like, that's just, like, I'm talking about all the, like, shitty ones that... And then it's not even shown on the news and everything because they act like that. It's too cool. We are in a human... That's the one thing that makes us all on the same team. The fact that this shit isn't being shared makes us all angry with each other, especially when the economy is absolutely the worst it's ever been. It's literally in Australia, and Australia's doing it the best, worse than Weimar Republic. I took it up with the king. I literally did. And guess what? He backed down. He knew I was right. The guy's still in jail for 3 years. But I backed him. He wasn't even my client. I said, mate, what you've done here is a disgrace to King Charles. And he said, who are you? I said, mate, you used case law from 1998 and 2001 saying that he pushed the same amount of poppy, he peddled the same amount of poppy, and this was a year ago. And by the way, I didn't just have a go at him, he pushed in aggressively. John Shepley's way higher of an ooze, and we were going to be there for 4 minutes. The right of way is you let the people have a 4-minute thing go first. He just assumed to just sat down, and John's like, whatever. He's just John. He's like, whatever. So then he wasn't prepared. He's just speaking like, and then hadn't thought about it. And then this guy, he goes, oh, this case from 2001, this case from 1998. And so after this guy then goes into jail for 3 years because the judge goes, oh, you know, this guy's king prosecutor, like, I guess that's the case. Now he's in jail for 3 years. You know, doesn't matter that he's like 65, like 70 years old, like pushing for his own habit and was like whatever. There's no mitigation for that. And that's fair enough. You broke the law. But the idea is there's a greater incentive to push right now because you get way more money relative than what you were back then. So it was way worse back then. So it can't be the same. So he went to jail for the same. He's like, oh, 3 years back, 20 years ago, that corroborates with 3 years in 2000. Yep, you're in 3 years now. I said, mate, and then I did the maths. Yeah, here we go. This was absolutely one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so here I worked out the M2 is monetary supply. One of the monetary supplies. Okay, so monetary supply was 6.2. It's just an easy monetary supply. That's not too whack. Because then M3 is then debts on debts on debts on debts. This is like debts on debts. So it's somewhat reasonable. So right now, it's 28. Now it's okay. So it's expanded 5x. So what that means is if you do a crime for $100 back in 1998, you're doing it 100. Let's just make it easy. 100 divided by 6, 1,000, 10, 62,620 million, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's the, okay, let's just make it easy. Let's say you're doing a fraud for 1 million, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Because you're taking this much fraud out of this much pot. Let's just make it easy so you can see. Okay, this is how much of the pot you're taking fraudulently. Okay, or you're peddling poppy. Okay, to make this much. That's how much you're taking out fraudulently, or like in bad faith, because it's against the law. It's against the law. Like, I'm not defending that what he did was not against the law. He broke the fucking law. But the idea of punishment, which is the job of this guy, is all about punishment, and he just. So then. Okay, well, so we've lost 75% of the value of the dollar since 2003. So then I get the 75% of the value loss occurred right before the. So, okay, it wasn't. Okay, so in 4 years. So instead of it being 20 years, it was 4 years. Oh. So, okay. So it collapsed, caused World War II, because it happened in 4 years. And they had reasons because they were just all gassed up on war, World War One. We done nothing except try to raise a family, kids, be good people, honorable people, build businesses, hang out with our friends, enjoy our 20s. We lose 75%, which is the same as collapse, but instead of it being in 4 years, it's in 20 years. Now, obviously, that's not as hard, but it's not fucking boom, but it's a fucking boom. So it's fucking hard. This guy lost his whole home, like twice, in Lismore because of the floods. And they said, we can't give you a mitigating for that. We can't, because you broke the law, you broke the law. You know, you should be living in a place which floods, mate. But we hear that you had a sad story. Like, I'm sorry. That's what the judge said. And fair enough. We didn't fall from a coconut tree, Harris quote. No. We live in a world of what came before us. Yes, and then that's why she says, like, we didn't just fall from a coconut tree. It's actually a good line that her mum says, and she's laughing because she loves her mum. Like, fuck her for laughing. Whatever. You think you've just fell out of a coconut tree, and her laugh was cool. Like, you exist in the context of all which live in what came before you. It's actually a very, very wise quote. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree. It's definitely funny. They reference the king in 1998, the Crown and Defense. Oh, the defense. Whatever. I mean, I guess it's tough when the guy's like, I am the king. Hello.
Darling?
Hello.
Come on.
What? The car?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm moving it, please. I got stuff in there I have to move.
Could you move it, please,
No.
before 12
Yes. I will. I was. Yeah.
I love you.
See. Yeah. Oh no. This is he got done during COVID. So yes, it's like literally as bad as Weimar Republic because you lost 75% in 20 years, not 4 years. Okay, even though that's it should be lose to the 75% in like, fuck man, like like 20 to like when I'm 80, I would expect to lose 75% of my value if I just kept it there. I'm fucking earning money at 20. I fucking have a career. I'm now 38, and I had 100, and I have like 250,000 saved, and it's worth 35,000. Like someone like. Well, yeah, you're legal system. Wages were effectively higher. Legal precedents from 1998 should be reconsidered in light of today's drastically altered economic conditions. Applying legal traditions without considering these changes absolutely did result in flawed or unjust outcomes, as the economic assumption underpinning no longer hold true. And then he goes to me, this is not economics. This is the law. And I think I literally said we did not fall out of a coconut tree. We exist in the context of all in which we live and what came before us. Justice is inherently skews and changes and adapts based on the situation and how society's living. And then he's like, oh. And then the woman, she's just some crown prosecutor as well, like, stands up and is like, don't talk to him like that. But she didn't do that. She was like, oh, sit over there. And I wasn't even against him. I was just saying, mate, like, shaking my head like, mate. Because he's just been taken in by the bailiff. 3 years. 3 years. 3 years. When did this happen? Like, he'll serve, 12 months? I don't know. Maybe he'll serve 18. I don't know how many times because it was a repeat offense. Maybe he might be in there for 2 years. This was in August. So it's been 7 months. Feels like absolutely ages. I've done so much. He's been sitting in a cell. By the way, guess what happens to old people like him? Psychopaths in there. Push them downstairs. Bash them up. Target them. Like, we don't have different prisons here. It's just psychopaths. Peddling poppy is more or less acceptable based on the sickness of the society. Yeah. 1998, everyone's chilling. Pre-9/11, you're peddling poppy still? Yeah, fuck you. You're taking advantage of, like, you don't care, you're indiscriminate, you're giving it to, like, a 16-year-old guy. But now, it's a hugely sick society. There's way more demand, so there's more incentive, therefore it's less bad. And because it's less bad, the punishment needs to reflect that. And you can read it just right here. And then I said something like, I'm not sure I wrote it down in ChatGPT. I said something like, it's not the king, it's the king's responsibility. And I hate to put it on Charles. Like, it's the crown, it's the king's responsibility. And I put it on Charles because he's a gentleman. He's the man. He's just, I don't think, like, he's going through it tough, like, family-wise. So fair enough, but he should be delegating a lot better. And be saying to people, I'm fully delegating while I'm dealing with all this cancer and family stuff. Like, this family cancer stuff. It's really hectic, guys. No, because, yeah, exactly. As the demand for this stuff goes up, which after COVID, after everyone loses their money, goes up, it means him peddling the poppy
the incentives go way up, which means it's less bad. And also, and I even wrecked him saying, dude, we are in, this is Weimar Republic level economic collapse, but we're lucky we're in Australia. Of course that he's going to be more incentivized to do it. And like he knew he was wrecked, and he looked over me and tried to like get like a little like oos on me, and I just shook my head, and then I said to him like, you have failed the king today, son. And he literally just walks out, like said nothing, because he knew. Because he kept on trying to look over, like, who do you think you are? Like, just a quick little, like, glance like this. Like, he goes, like... Because he was like, packing all the stuff, and then he does, like, one final glance to be like, give me a little oos. And I see his oos, and I go, you failed the king today, son. You failed the king. Charles, and I'm like, then I say something like that. Then I add one more little, like, I'm like, Charles would not stand for this. I think I said that. I'm like, Charles would not stand for this. Now, this would not have happened if he had have just let John Shepley go first for a 4-minute tiny little hearing and go, we were there for 4 minutes. But he barges on in. And you should have seen his delivery. It was like not practiced. He was reading it off a script. He couldn't even read. It was literally like watching one of those year 7, like people with major like anxiety. Like when they do their chats in front of like the class, or like a year 9er. It was like he was stumbling over his words. It took him like literally like half an hour to speak. Dude, he kept on chatting. Like, dude, he peddled poppy. He got caught. Like he was working for a mistress who ran a brothel. That's it. That's the story. He did it before 10 years ago. Wow, there's the facts, mate. The judge read it all. Why are you, he just liked the sound of his own voice. And he liked being in that position of, I'm the king's prosecutor. But let's finish this off. Right before but take away from the fact that, you know, they all had war people going on. The hyperinflation's insane. Prussia was exactly the same. Society's tolerance for destructive behaviors increased significantly. In times of impending collapses, such behavior can be tolerated and even normalized because of the economic desperation. Because everyone's absolutely desperate, they're demanding it more, the supply goes up, there's more supply, there's more people who are willing to peddle poppy, it becomes less worse of a crime. He got punished for the same crime. No, I'm repeating myself, but like, this guy lost his home. Exactly, it doesn't matter. None of that alters the fact you had to choose to get exactly. Not an excuse, but it does explain. Exactly. Look, judge 100% right. But no John 8 mindset. No, those who threw the first stone, you know? Four years imprisonment. Okay, yes, suspending after 12 months, as I thought. So he's still in there. He's going to be in there for another 5 months. And people just think it's prison. No, it's Australian prison where he's going to get absolutely targeted, not by getting like sexually done. They target them. They're bully psychopaths. They want to break their arms. They want to take out their eyeballs. They want to bash them up. Like, and the guards in there don't give a shit unless you've given them money to sneak in stuff. Because that's how they make an extra like 200k. I even asked one of them. And he wouldn't answer me. I said, oh, you know, surely I reckon if I was in your position, I'd do it for 5k. And he laughs and says, oh, I can't answer that. And then stopped talking to me. But like the laugh was enough, you know. Laugh just means like you agree. But he could have just been laughing like, I agree that you would ask me that question. But like the fact that he then like stopped, like refused to talk to me, like shows like why, what are you hiding, big bro? Like, so that the air car, like no one was talking to you, bro. You're wearing your correction. Like there was nothing that he was like showing off. Queensland Correctional, whatever. Like he wasn't doing, like he had nothing to show off at the Echo. This is the Queensland Government Echo room. So I'm the only one chatting to him. I'm like, yeah, like tough gig, mate. You know, what are your thoughts on the word screw? You know, the thing I reckon about screw is, you know, start off, you know, tight, but, you know, over time they get loose, you reckon? And he's like, oh, I never thought about it like that, but I guess, you know. And I'm like, oh, you know. And I'm like, you know what, I reckon prisons are like kind of like a good way of getting money out of the hands of these, you know, grubs and into the hands of hard working people like yourself. So, you know, you trade, you know, getting in stuff for them, you know. And then they don't have the power to use that credit on us good guys, law-abiding citizens on the outside. So, you know, I reckon, you know, me personally, I reckon my number's probably, you know, 5K. And then he's like, and I'm like, man, and then he's like, super uncomfortable. I'm not a spook, man. I'm not a spook. Literally, I'm not gonna catch you. Like, I'm just being real with you. This is how the system is. Why do you think there's so many drugs in prison? And that's when he realized he was missing out and just wouldn't talk. And then he just refused to talk to me. Oh no, he did. He then go, and then he says something. And I'm like, look, mate, sorry, man. I'm just having my right to freedom of speech here. And he's like, then he tries to be smart with me. He's like, freedom of speech is limited by by you talking about politics, mate. I'm like, this is literally what politics is. Politics is power, and we're talking about power distribution from crims to good, hard-working citizens like yourself, mate. That's literally the method. And then he just like refused to talk to me anymore. I refused to talk to him. I was moving on. I was like, whatever, mate. Keep hustling. This idea of integrity. The integrity is getting money out of the hands of these people who run through homes and houses and create terror and violence in suburbs just to get off on an ice binge. Like, then they're inside for 8 years. They need to do something, and they got like literally like 500k stashed, 10k stashed, all in different little pockets for this exact moment. So like, if you're not taking advantage of that, so what are you going to wait? Would you rather them wait 8 years, get out, and then just have 500k than to like start businesses to compete against hardworking citizens with an extra 500k made illegally? Or would you rather get it out of their thing? They do get inside a constrained environment. Like, that is what the system is literally for. It's an unspoken but understood thing. The wardens all know this. That's why everyone knows their screws. But then there's the idea of integrity. What law are you breaking? You're not breaking any law. You're doing the right thing. It's called distribution of wealth from a criminal to a person who's not a criminal. That is what we want. But whatever. Not that I would do that, but that's like what the system is clearly designed for, because that's what happens. They just refuse to accept this. Yeah, 63 years old. I mean, look, this was ridiculous. Shout out to the one viewer. Type in chat if you're there. Say. just to end that story about how I called out the King's Counsel, not the King's Counsel, sorry, the King Prosecutor, the DPP member, the Department of Public Prosecution representing the King, this 65-year-old Hodger. First and foremost, episode 1 of this needs to be watched. Just episode 1, the rest of it sucks. It's on Netflix. It just shows, this guy's, hubris because he doesn't want to give up. You just got to watch this on Netflix. Just episode 1. It's an absolute horror show. But, these guys, just because you're old, they get hubris and they just want to, they don't adapt. And they like their status. No, you lose your status if you do not adapt. But yeah, basically I say to this guy, anyway, he had that thing, and then the funny thing was, he was so aghast with me being correct after he said, "This isn't economics, this is law." And then I quote Kamala Harris to go, we didn't fall out of a coconut tree. We exist in all that happened before. What's happening in society is directly related to the incentives and how bad a particular action is. And then he's absolutely flabbergasted, he's never thought of that before. You haven't been working in the law, in the DPP for the past, literally, your career's now 3 decades old, 3, 4, 35 years. That's the first time you've ever thought of that. Literally, and it's me rocking up with a 2 credits to my name with a 4.5 GPA from QUT, telling you this. And then, so he was absolutely flabbergasted at this point, not because of me saying this to him in terms of who is this, because he didn't know who I was, but it was more he was flabbergasted because he knew I was correct, and so he stops. He didn't have a response, but then he tries to say something. He says something ugh, and then turns his back and gets his stuff, and I'm and then just as he does that, then the next Crown prosecutor, who's this young 32-year-old woman who's versing us on the next thing, she gets in and she's leave it, man. You don't get to talk to him like that. And I'm not talking to him and then I said something he just sent a man in prison for 4 years who's going to get psychopathically absolutely attacked and victimized for, yes, he broke the law, but he quoted 1998 2000 case law. And then she just literally just goes and then that's when I start moving back to my seat, because I'm just what, because she said that, I get it, sweetheart, what, I'm not trying to start a fight in here, he's packing up, he's moving on, we're in a courtroom, we're gonna start a fight. Leave it be, sweetheart, we're not in a bar. Her standing in between us, we're wearing suits, we're literally in the Queensland District Court at 9:30 a.m. I'm a twig, he's some 65-year-old DPP King's prosecutor, we're gonna fight, and he's talking oh yeah, and I'm talking dude, what you've done is this, I didn't raise my voice, and then, why are you getting involved, sweetheart? Of course she's getting involved because she wants the credit of being I stood up for you. But you know what the funny thing is? When I said oh, because I'm walking back to my seat, I'm going the king was let down today. The king has been let down today. In the name of the king, this is not the king's justice. And then she didn't say a single thing then. If she was a stand up and she heard the whole thing, she would have had a response oh, the law is, every single point I made, there was nothing. It was just don't talk to him like that. What? As in who? I don't know who you are. You are, as in I do know who you are. Actually, that's why I'm talking to you like this. You are representing the king, putting people in jail, and you're rocking up to work tired, late, barging in, not prepared, using 20-year-old case law, and then when you get called out on it, all you have to say is, law is not economics. Fool! They didn't say that. Law is not economics. Completely different. I'm no, we didn't fall from a coconut tree. And I said it like that, funny. And then Why are you getting involved, sweetheart? To get cred with him? Because he's an old fella and like maybe it'll help your career? Let people... This is a completely different point here. If it's not... People need to know what heated is. Like, heated is heated. When people start going silent, when people start tensing up, when I'm just chatting like this and you can hear chatting, he's chatting like, oh my goodness. We're just having a squabble. There's no judge in sight. There's no one in sight. I'm like 3 meters away from him. I'm chatting like this to him. I'm like, mate, what was that? He's going into jail for 4 years. Like, he's going to get attacked in there, you know. Like, the One Mind Republic, we are in the same stage, mate. We've lost 75% of the dollar. Like, the incentives are there for him to do it. It's not the same crime. Like, all the point, like, whatever, the point, I repeat, we all agree with me. And by the way, you know, big, heavy John Shepley, you know, who's like, I mean, such a weapon that he just posed, like, you know, doesn't give a shit. Managing director, I mean, there you go. Like, fucking just doesn't give a literal shit. Because he's never wronged anyone in his life, so he just like, there I am, I'm integrity. He was like to me, yeah. You know, he didn't tell me, yeah. But he knew, he was like, that's why he has so much respect for me. I just talking truth to power. As I did, but the thing is, that's the level of defense lawyer you're going to get. Defense lawyers are actually, you do not want someone to defend you. Are they ever going to care about it as much as you? No. Do not ever get a defense lawyer. Or get them to answer all the questions you need. Get them to run off what you think, like, yeah, and then be like, I'm solo running it. Would you trust someone else to fight for you? Or for yourself to fight for you if it's a fight for your life? And it's life or death, because it is. You're in prison, it's life or death. You're fighting yourself. Even if you think this guy's better. No, because I don't want to get hit. He might take a chance to dock and not get the KO instead of taking the fucking small hit and then getting him down and elbowing. It's not the same. You need to defend yourself. The whole game is about defending yourself. Stop hiring outside counsel. It's noob. This guy didn't know any better. He's trusting this defense lawyer. This defense lawyer just literally just accepted it. It's like 9:30 a.m. He just hears him rattle off for like 45 minutes on the most random shit. And then it gets to the time where the judge is like, okay, what do you think the time served should be? And he goes, oh yeah, 1998, 2001. And that's when I'm like, that's when I start doing the maths. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way he just said that. Like, and first and foremost, there's going to be newer case law. But you know what he said? He said, oh, these cases have the same amount of pages in them. What? I already knew it was ridiculous once he said the date. So it's literally like a quarter of a century old. And then he corroborates it with one that's 3 years old. If he corroborated with 1998 and then corroborated with 2019, you know, we've got a different argument here. We're still got the same argument, but like, he corroborated with one 3 years later. And by the way, this is all pre-9/11. Pre-COVID. Like, DPP State Queensland. This is why I say, watch out for the DPP. Like, seriously. One star. Honestly, I should write a review on them. Like, just saying, like, that is what happened. Like, because they'll see that. They'll definitely see it. And be like, yeah, no, because it's a brilliant critique. It was such a brilliant critique that the woman who's like, obviously has a major incentive in defending this guy. Just like all she had to say was like, you know, stop bothering him. And I was like, no, this guy's, that's what I said to him. This guy's going to be in jail. He's going to be targeted and like he's going to get seriously targeted by psychopaths, and that shut her up. And so then I'm just like, I'm moving, and I was walking away anyway. I was like, I've had enough with him anyway. I'm walking away. He's gonna get seriously targeted by psychopaths. Look her directly in the eye, shake my head. I'm like, I guess like, I'm just talking to the stream.
Did you see Warwick has beat the Brumbies? Did you watch the rugby?
Oh, what are we following? What are we
the
following?
Brumbies.
Matthews.
And Reds beat
Wait. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Wait. Come back. Wait. I'm just relaying the story about how I'm with Shepley in the district court. This happened 6 months ago. This guy still has 6 months to serve. Remember, for 4 years suspended sentence, serving 1 year for peddling poppy. He wasn't our case. These two dickheads barged in front of Shepley, and Shepley told them, "Oh, I have a 4-minute hearing," and then these guys just barged. They didn't even talk to him or anything. They just barged in front of him. Didn't even make eye contact. He said, "Oh, guys, I've got a 4-minute hearing. Do you mind if I go first?" And also, he's senior. They just barge in front of him, sit down. So Shepley doesn't give a fuck because he's Shepley. So he just sits down, and so we had to watch this absolute clown show. This guy, you know what remember how I told you? The two cases that this DPP 65-year-old guy put into the judge to say it was from 1998 and from 2000. Wait, and then you know whose reasoning was? Oh, these two cases are analogous for this case because listen, no, because they are the same amount of pages. And wait, 1 second, 20 seconds. Oi, please, oi. Whatever, I already explained it to him before and he completely agreed. What's up? Guess I'm getting into the rugby union now because I cannot watch rugby league. After Bronson Sherry comes back, and now all these young oozers are going to be just absolutely just getting on so much test, the domestic violence, being suspended for 4 years, lifetime. Why? I don't want it to be lifetime. I like this guy, brilliant player, great step, big power. Wonder how he got that power. It changes. If you could only ever have 19-inch arms, you get on the gear in the off season, or you have a season off, you get on the gear, you get up to 24-inch arms on the gear. You get off the gear enough so that they can't test it. Now you train back up. You had 18-inch arms before. Now you're up to 20 inches, and it's your arms. You're forever changed. So it forever changes your whole thing. But if you were to fuck up a bet, you're banned for life. What's worse? Yeah, that's just betting and you being a fucking dickhead. Like, you know, if you're 18 years old, you're banned for a complete life. Oh no, but if you set the example to all these young 15-year-olds who want to make it big, the only way you're going to make it big boy, is if you fucking put needles in your arms just like me, or else you're never going to be able to compete. And then, you know, you'll be pushing bricks in the 40-degree sun instead of playing rugby league. And then they get out to the valley, start bashing people, go back to the missus, start bashing them. Because they're not prepared for the test. They're 17 years old, they're 18 years old, they're not ready. They don't know all the other stuff. It's very complicated maths and science. 24 years old, bro, you're looking fucking literally 29. And that's not big, that's not fucking, not because he's an NRL player. That's literally from the amount of gear he was pushing. Are you kidding me? He's 2 years younger than me, mate. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm not watching NRL anymore. I can't watch it. Hold on. Yeah, okay, like obviously, there needs to be a continuum. You can't just have black letter law and just leave it at black letter law. You need sunset clauses so that, like, oh, after at 2010, check this up again. Ah, fuck. Okay, New South Wales, Reds. Eugene's just like, oh, Drugs Misuse Act. And I said, yeah, Drugs Misuse Act. Like, it kills people. Like, it's the wrong thing. You're making money off easy dough, which isn't regulated, and yeah. Okay, obviously it's wrong. If you want to do this, get a license, become a doctor, get a license, and then sell it. Don't fucking just give it out, and because it gets into the hands of 16-year-olds and it ruins their lives forever. And honestly, you should be going to jail for a lot longer. But luckily for him, he got done for selling it to grandmas in Lismore who had no homes because their homes were. This was after the floods and during COVID. But that does mitigate it. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, he got caught trafficking, supplying. He got caught. Is there a Drugs Misuse Act? Is there a Queensland Drugs Misuse Act for peddling poppy, heroin, supply/trafficking? Is there a minimum sentence? No, there's none. I asked if there's a. I asked if there's. There's not a. There's no. Yes. There's not a. Yes. Prosecutors are using. Typically, prosecutors are using case law from 1998 and 2000, before 9/11, before COVID, before the 75% reduction in real wages due to money, due to quantitative easing. This makes the offence less bad. In a DPP is entitled to do this. Of course. I didn't stop the court. I just told him after that he ought to apply. Principle. The economics, which he said was irrelevant. Law is not economics. Law doesn't deal with economics. It literally said that. Like, it's economics is why law exists. First comes trade, then comes law. Like, law exists to, which is fundamentally at odds with the Australasian Federal Conference, where the Father Federation said that trade is the most fundamental aspect of why a state must come into force in effect, even beyond force, even beyond defense. What? The what are the legal Of course it. No, he didn't say. I should have added it. No. Specifically, it was the fact that Eugene and Chloe said that it shouldn't. What did they say? They just said. I mean, this is where I came up with So there's this. I think I have it in my phone. It's fucking brilliant. Ramadan unit of suffering, really like that. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll just speak it directly. The ratio is derived from PV equals MQ. So okay, P equals MQ won the 1976 Nobel Prize by Milton Friedman. Shout out Sam Beekman-Fried. So simply it's the velocity of income, which is why we have printing money, because it increases the velocity of income. So because it's an equation, if you increase this by 1, then this increases by 1. Because it's related. And it's the reason, like, just accept this as like D equals MC squared of economics. But no one's really, there's not much like, it just kind of is right now. MQ equals PV. So it's monetary supply. So let's say there's $1,000. There's 10 people on an island. They all sharing $1,000. So it's PV equals MQ. Let's just, I can't be fucked remembering exactly what each one of them means. $1976. Imagine Google over here allows you to like copy BOM into its version of ChatGPT, which is like, and you can connect to its Willow computer for like $10,000 a month. But because they got so many, you know what I mean? Like, come on, like BOM. So you've got Google here, because your Google is useful because it doesn't fucking flood everything. M is the monetary supply, V is the velocity of income. Okay, P is the price level. Okay, I don't like this way of explaining it. Price level is like, bread is $3. Y is the real output. So real output is like, bread is $3, and there's real output is like, how many breads are there? 10 bread. That means there's 30 bread, and let's say you have monetary supply of $1,000, but there's 10 people, 9 people have nothing, One person has $1,000. They're just king of the island. Now there's 30 bread. Because P is a price level. Sorry, it's not 30. $30 worth of bread. P is a price level. $3 of bread. This is simple. So the price level would be all of the goods. Y is the real output. Okay, the reason why it's equated. Total monetary supply 1,000 times velocity of income. So what's better? To have one person with $1,000, the rest 9 people with 0? Or have each person have $100 times 10? Because then the velocity of income causes them to, I'll trade you this shell for $1. All right. And then when that person has, because it's not, the thing about that this doesn't explain, it's part, because you have to add human psychology into it. When you have a house, you can still get the dole in Australia. Having that house doesn't make you feel rich. What makes people feel rich is cash flow. Coca-Cola, they're called 10Ks. So this is the 10K is the critical one. And the reason why they're called 10Ks, how many 10Ks you read this week, bro? I read thousands of 10Ks in my life. It's all about reading 10Ks. So if you ever want to like ooze on someone, okay, security holders, because security is just something that makes you feel safe. So it's money or anything. All right, yeah, 10Ks. So then we go. So all of it's like, yo, we're all really cool, guys. Let's get to the. Yeah. This is what accountants do, and the reason why accountants are important. Accountants are the lawyers of companies. So if companies don't want to hire accountants because they make them, Theranos. Did Theranos have accountants? Hell no. What's Theranos? She's just been in jail now. Oh yeah, you have a kid. Wow, like that was ever going to be something that would ever mitigate like stealing $20 billion off people. She's just gone to jail for like 12 years. Like, oh my goodness. Elizabeth Holmes. And she was just like saying, oh, I have a kid now. Like she literally had a kid knowing she was going to go to jail, thinking it would mitigate. Like, that's how much of a narcissist she is. Like, and dude, here's the thing. This is what kills me. Jeffrey Skilling, 19 years. 19 years in prison. Oh, 14 years. Originally 24, that's what I was thinking. Oh shit, he went hard here. I can respect that. 14 years. Okay, yeah, he gets more. Okay, yeah, it honestly probably is worth more. But let's just keep that on the side for now. Because the main point I want to say is, okay, here's how it works. It's very, very simple. The reason why accountants are out of, because the reason why no one wants to be an accountant is because, sorry man, you're saying it's worth $100. Sorry bro, it's worth 90. And then when you say it's worth 90, then that means the company, let's say the whole company, if everyone thinks it's worth $100, you say no, sorry, it's literally worth $90. I know for a fact it's worth $90. Now the company loses 10%, the shareholders lose 10%, and everyone hates you, but you are doing good, not for the shareholders, not for the people, you're doing good for the entire community because an accountant's job is to be the integrity person. That's why this guy said accountability. I thought it was accountant like, oh, you count things. No, it's accountability. So they're the integrity people. So like people disrespect accountants because they don't know, like, dude, without accountants, I do not want to invest in Coca-Cola because how do I know that their issuance of loans, notes payable, long-term debt, like 6.8 billion is legit. But as long as the American Accountants Association has integrity, I trust it. That's why I don't trust companies 10Ks when they don't have a strong accounting firm or integrity. That's why people trust the US. And that's why Warren Buffett always says, you cannot lose if you bet against the US. And that's why people don't like betting on Chinese stocks or in Russian stocks, because Russia cheated in Sochi. If they're going to cheat in Sochi, on some stupid Olympic shit, what do you think they're gonna do to their 10Ks? You know what I mean? Like, and I would rather invest in Russia. Because if you look at Russia, look at how, because it all comes down to this. Economics is so easy. How many times are families eating food together at the dinner table? And then also, another one that's derived from that, how many restaurants are open? So if you look at Sunnybank in Brisbane, Sunnybank's economy is a pop off because all those people have families that they can create food with. Like, what do? We eat food. You can create a business out of eating food? Sick. Like, okay, so cost, how much does it cost to eat a restaurant meal in Russia? Mean, median, and mode. Just a regular, like, good spaghetti, like bolognese. Like, you know what I mean? It'll cost like $13. Yeah, Australian, I was saying. Yeah. There is a look at the restaurant called Marinara. Clydeville. Find the ones equivalent to that in Russia. This is in Australian dollars. Yeah. What my current sort of theory is just like thinking is a country's economy is based on a mode of how many times families have family dinners together during the week, during a regular month. The more I'm saying that a restaurant cost, the cost of a restaurant is a derivative of a reverse proportional relationship between of how many meals these families as economy is all about humans. Harvard study social connections #1. We have economics, which is about dollar money, which is against the natural second law, worshipping a dollar figure rather than inform love. versus economics, which is about maximizing the equity of life, e.g. maximizing family time and food with family. One, because families overvalue meals. Because they cook worse. So restaurant meals they value higher. And this is because they practice less, cooking less. Two, people start restaurants because they love cooking with their families and want to spend time with their families. Restaurants, when run well, have really good hours and they're super fun. So the less restaurants in a country means that there's not only less supply because the people suck at cooking, which means they're cooking less and thus having less family time together at dinner, but also it shows that the entire grouping of a cultural structure of a community isn't good enough to even try to start a restaurant which might succeed in cooking. Because no one can do it, but it's clever. I send this to my cousin. He did this book. Show this book. Bought it. It's very good. I mean, it's actually it like let me get this fucking guy up. Mackenzie graduated in. Graduation. This is a different one on the University Medal. Graduation. Someone. It's not about her though. I'm not just showing off my family's academic success. Meanwhile, I have 0. And of course, they always chuck it in my face. My goodness. Okay. Griffith, 2022, PhD graduates. Because, like, this guy, just this guy, it's like, mum, lol, like, just doesn't get my satire, doesn't get that I'm a British, like satire, like making fun of just like the joke that like life was fun, I didn't find it a joke, but then like, but it's also just like, that's what satire is, it's just like life is just absurd, but it's not, but like the things that happen, it's absurd, so I just laugh at it, you know. It doesn't, it's not, but I'm real, but I've known, because I go deeper, I go real tire. So you got satire, and then you got real tire, which is like, it's Chris Lilly, basically Chris Lilly, like Summer Heights High, where it's like, it's not satire, but it is, but it's so real that it's like, you're laughing because it's real and it's true, and it's not even satire, but there's not, like, it's real tire, because it's definitely satire. We get the PhDs up. Oh, of course we really care about this. Anyway, because it's Griffith, there was like so many, like, I don't want to ruin the joke because you have to like, because they call out every PhD person. Just list the... List the PhDs, man. What are you scared of? I guess this is it. Griffith, 2022, graduation, 25, it's just not going to be funny because you had to see it, like, Griffith University, 2022, PhD, graduates. Why are you guys? Oh, Mackenzie's a report designer. Yeah, she's excellent. What's this shit called? No, I'm not downloading this. It's excellent. We just care about the PhD people. Why are you hiding them? If I can't see who you're giving PhDs to, like, why should I give credit to your uni? Like, what are you contributing to? Because all the unis are working together to increase and expand the knowledge of human endeavor. For example, Graham Greene, Love Triangle, Quiet American, File Type, yeah, and you should see. It's definitely called Love Triangle. Yeah, these journals. Is this it? It was a PhD. No thanks, Big G. No thanks, Big G. Why don't I just wish all PhDs were on file, like, just available, man. Like, you've done a PhD essay, like, let the kids read it, man. Like, not this shit, man. No, it was I don't know what it was called. Decolonizing. Colonizing. Colonizing the triangle. But of course we've got this one that stayed up. Let's have a look. But yeah, credit to this person. I really appreciate this guy, you know? And copyright to him, absolutely. Absolutely. 10 credits towards BA. Fuck yeah, dude. And he's obviously, I'm not going to say obviously, but I'm pretty sure he's from Iceland. Yeah, I was going to say Scandinavian. Absolutely incredible work. Power is a central theme that gets taken up in different ways. Not the best English, but very good for. I'm not shit talking. Gets taken up. That gets abused. Because that's the thing about power. If you really wanted to make a statement, because wow, it gets taken up. Wow, cool, man. It gets taken up, like taken up, and then okay. But thing is, what people have to write, they have to respect the intelligence, because people don't talk to as many people as I have, or don't talk. I'm not going to bring it up because people hate when I bring it up about myself, but like just using me as an example, because I know I've spoken to a lot of fucking people. I go out of my way to like, so I'm really good at talking to people and finding out like what they stand for, what they believe, and in a really cool way, like just real quick, and like make them laugh about it. But like, and so a lot of people are very reserved and don't do this, don't like getting out of their comfort zone. They don't know how smart the average person is. Me, I know. The dumbest, not the dumbest, but the person who got hit in the head by a cricket ball, I said this a million times, who gets his pokies, the government has to take money out of his pension to pay for his home, or else he would just put it through the pokies. He gets the pokies, goes straight to the casino, washes through $1,000. We've seen him do this, like, we saw him do it for years straight, every 2 weeks. Then we ran into one time, he's just drinking this hot old milk in 38 degree heat. We're like, Johnny, let us help you. He's like, oh, hey, mate. Oh, yeah, I'm good. And he's just chilling. He's always rocking up to poker events, like free poker events, just having the time of his life. He doesn't drink. Doesn't go to the poker there. He goes there. He gets his big spender. He slaps it through $5. And he goes, after he loses, he goes, oh, well, no good. He goes, oh, well, no good. And goes on with his day like nothing ever happened. He just lost his whole check that he needs to live, that any of us would think we need to live for the next 2 weeks, and he just literally just walks around just chilling. Doesn't give a fuck. Drinking his hot milk. Doesn't beg, doesn't do anything. Goes home. He invited us to his home. We hung out. He has this small, tiny little thing. He was watching tennis on it. Never asked for a handout. Never asked for nothing. In fact, when we say, oh, Johnny, can we, like, John, man, would you rather play poker, right? Like, with this $1,000 instead of putting it through the pokies where we showed him like that you will lose? Like, nah. Like, he does what he wants. He knows what he wants. Well, loses? No good. That, well, no good is literally the smartest thing ever. That is the best psychiatric, psyche meaning mind, body, soul, advice you could ever get. Just have that mentality. Something bad happens. So this guy named Darius Boyd got paid $1 million to play for the Brisbane Broncos. Like, and this was in 2017, 2018, when he was just flopping on purpose because he hated the institution because of how like people were treating Wayne. Fair enough, but there was some moments here where he just was like, he just was jogging and then tried to do that. It was like he was trolling. It was just blatant match fixing. If not match fixing, then he just hated the Broncos, and it's just like, well, you signed him up and you didn't talk to him enough. Like, you just signed him up assuming loyalty, whereas you've been treating Wayne like an absolute dickhead. What do you think? Who do you think he's gonna be loyal to? The Broncos? Like, this, like, fucking, he owns 25% of the Broncos, but he's literally living in Manhattan. He was worth like $80 billion at the time. He's lost a bunch of money because he needs to stay local. Stay local, Murdoch. Stay local. You've lost Quest, Brisbane. But these guys have shut down, or maybe they've moved. Quest newspaper. Stay local. No, they haven't. But like, wait, ceased print. Ceased. No one's logging into Quest to check him online, man. There's so much shit online. I knew they ceased it. People check them, people get it, and they go, oh, like, I hate to waste it. You take a measure. And also, you know, these guys are going the other way. You know, but 1,000 people do that. One person goes, local. You know, local sports club, local whatever, local, it makes us feel good. And then it's not about it's not about the Quest brand. You tie in the story, so you don't make it obvious, but within the stories you show that it's tied to News Corp. And you just say at the bottom of every page something like News Corp, News Local, News Corp. After a piece about how this one, you know, the Chappie, this guy's who's keeping cubs alive or scouts alive. The place was, you know, one of the guys who is the heartbeat of the place, gets, you know, some shit happens to him. You know, not everything has to be an absolute disaster. Just say something happened to him. Could be anything. We all know. So, and then this guy steps up. He was not that good at scouts. He was learning under the wing. He just wanted to live his younger childhood again. But now all of a sudden, he's the older fella. All these young 10-year-olds are looking up to him, and the parents are sending him there because it's a great community. And he just steps up, and he's learning in his spare time. He's learning from SAS guys, and he just tells a story about how he learned from these SAS guys. And all of a sudden, you know, and then you get a section from, you know, Chappie, and Chappie goes, yeah, I'm going to come back, but I don't even think I need to, because, you know, he was always, he didn't have his own nickname. He was always just, you know, his name was always just like legit, like just John, the kind of weird like 39-year-old with no kids or anything, but like no one does. He just wanted to be part of Cub Scouts / Scouts because, you know, go out and you do fun stuff and you're hanging out. You hang out for an hour and a half. It's all under supervision. You go home. And he works at Coles. And I saw this. And then, you know, something happens in the guy's life, the guy who ran the place, because he's ex-army, but someone had to pick it up, and no one else was putting up their hand. He was there. He's next. He puts his hand up. Tell a story about that. And you get a quote from a parent going, yeah, like, my son, like, still loves going in every week. Obviously, Chappie was the heart and soul of the place, but it feels like the heart and soul's still there. And we all knew that this guy's just a Coles worker, and that's the point. He's just a Coles worker. He's working there full time. But when he gets home, he's studying Bear Grylls. He's reading SAS books. And so he's teaching these things. And all of a sudden, these kids are learning stuff that not even Chappie was learning or teaching them. And now these guys know, you know, you know, normally they're at school all day. Now they go to Scouts, and one of the parents goes, yeah, my kid is now asking for a Wednesday and is asking me to demand for a Saturday or a Friday or a Thursday session, like a Tuesday and Thursday session. Like one with Rue and one with now his name is you know, it's no longer like John, it's Joey. And so from this guy, like, you look on the outside, he's just some, you know, he looks like unfortunate phase, but he just wants to be in an environment where it's just like, he did Scouts and Cubs as a kid. He just wants to be around Rue because Rue's a local legend. He's just an hour. He's just, like, kids are fun. They're the one good thing in this universe. I don't care about, like, always getting one ahead of each other. Like, when they do shit talk against each other, it is kind of, like, always fair. Like, you can tell someone's being pissing someone off, or, like kids are aware. Like, when I was doing teaching in Japan, like, English teaching, you could see they were all just, like there's no one, they're all just there to learn because they love to learn. And what's better than that? Like, they are actively interested in this universe because they just love it. Like, they love the universe. There's no other ulterior motive. They just love, because they don't know they want to get ahead yet. They just know that they just love this universe. And, like, now, you know, sitting here at 26, like, knowing the universe, and now, like I still love it. It's just, you know, it's exhausting when dealing with the people who clearly don't love it as much and want to tear it down, or just aren't aware and just going through the daily motion, do you even exist? It's just complete selfishness. But what if these kids are just, no, everyone's there. No, there's no selfishness with these kids. There's just like, we're here to learn, we're here to hang around, we're here to have fun, we're here to play Torchlight. And now Joey, that's the story. And the rest of it can just be like, oh, you know, pie at the Eagle Junction Bakery went from $4.80 to fucking, and you don't need to pay someone extra for this. This can just be someone who works at the News Corp Curamel, which is literally in Bowen Hills, who just will live around that area. Just give them a side quest, give them an extra $5,000 and say, oh yeah, just keep your eyes up on like, kind of just like, not even, just say if you want to become editor, mate, do extra, and this is the extra that we want. And give it to everyone, and then just have a $10,000 bonus in cash that the editor has and says, I'll give it to whoever produces the most equity for it. We divide it by equity. Boom! You'll see how fast these rodents will grind. Like before they did nothing, here they are. Now, who Quest newspaper on who's going, of all the things you can look up, okay, Wall Street Journal, and you know this, Murdoch, like Keith, this is your magnum opus. So, okay, we have 96,400 seconds in each day. 60 times 60 times 24. Sorry, 86,400 always spooks me up. I know it's 86. Like, point is, it's discrete, just like the absolute framework of time. I only concern myself with Zenith, and I only concern myself with the apogee of that Zenith. Am I okay? So yep, read. Ukrainians don't trust Russia on ceasefire, as the killings don't usually stop. Get the fuck out of there. Just like get the fuck. It means get the fuck away from each other. Like it's like in a boxing match when the ref like moves them away from each other. It doesn't mean the fight. Like if you move close to each other and fight, you know, oh he's whatever. It means go move away. Oh, what if we lose our land, dude? Come on. It was obvious. It was obviously a war that needed to be like the best way to have won it was to keep everything, all the buildings up, give up everything, but get blueprints of everything, put spy details, put like, boom, 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 boom. What are they gonna fucking EMP the place? To like destroy all those things? No. But you go, okay, look, you just say like, oh look, we agree. Mother Russia. And by the way, Ukraine literally means Ukraine. What does Ukraine mean? It means like outer suburb of Russia, like literally. Like borderland. Like, I don't even care. But like, what does borderland mean? Borderland of what? Borderland of like the land empire. Like clearly these guys are on a land empire hustle. Like whatever. I don't care to give these opinions on this stupid fucking topic because it's just ridiculous. But like it's just how poor, like incompetently it was run. In terms of you ruined all the assets. So then you are clearly going to lose. You're tiny. You have the wheat. But then you also, this is a new world of information. So you set up all the information, all these government buildings, you know, all this information. And now slowly, now this is a 30, 40 year war. Look exactly how the US versus Russia for 50 years in the Cold War. And now no one knows it's a Cold War. You have Now all of a sudden you go in to the minister for whatever. You say, oh, you've got a lovely family you have here. You know, we've talked to you, and this is Zelensky. Zelensky's like, oh, my one of my associates went to talk to her about a business opportunity, and they they bonded over the fact that they loved loyalty in them, and they talked about how my associate was deeply loyal, had a deeply loyal marriage for 20 years, and same to you. Well, interestingly enough, we have information that that's not the case. And then he's like, oh, niet. And it's like, oh, yeah, oh, really? Here you go, big boy. So, do you want to ruin your whole family? Or you want to be an asset? Because I would rather you be an asset, because I don't want to ruin your family. That's your family, and I love family. But do you love Russia more, or do you love your family more? I know you love Russia. And then when I was saying you don't love Russia, but you love your family more. So I'm sorry, man. Like, and I will do it. But I don't want to. So please, like, just please be an asset and let's make this easy. He's going to be an asset. So now you've got an asset. And you don't just do that, like, you don't just spring the trap first time. You spring it once you've got all the blackmail. And now all of a sudden, Putin doesn't know you have all this blackmail on him. And because at the end of the day, there's no amount of money that can save someone's marriage with a lot of kids. Because we all know, because this guy's minister for whatever in Ukraine, he's got 8 kids. Like, if that, and it's gonna go divorce, and you're still gonna be a top stooge for the Russian government, you're gonna give that up to like hang around your kids? No, you gotta keep the money coming in. So now your kids don't know you, your kids hate you, you're alienated. Your ex-wife has all the time. She's saying, oh, yup, cheating on me the whole time. Your kids now hate you. Don't care how much money he gave to us. Wow, so we could go on so we could take a few like jets someplace. So we could travel in a like first class plane. When we grew up, we would drive. And we didn't even have cars. But we had, you know what we had? We had love, and we had $6 spaghetti bolognese. What would you guys prefer? Just spitting vitriol about their father and them, and the kids are agreeing like, damn. And she's not doing it because she hates the kids. She's saying it like, stay away from someone like your dad because you were going to be attracted to someone like your dad. She's not going to say that, but she knows. Stay away. Because power will always corrupt. That's what they're going to say. And then the dad eventually, you know, comes back. 15 years, you know, he's got all this money. No. Don't want it. Don't want your money. Don't want your money. Actually, no, I'll have your money. And then, oh, thanks for your money. Not talking to you. Dad thinks to himself, is that worth it? No. And we all know the same story every time. So once you got someone like that, they're your asset. And then, and you literally just, and now it's again, and then you do it this for a whole bunch of them. Like you play full spy game. But the thing is, you give it all up to place, because now when they build the fucking buildings, you don't have access to these buildings. You don't know what is in these buildings. You don't know the bunks of these buildings. You did, but now you don't, because now they're built by Russians. What are you going to do? Pay the receptionist? And she's like, I don't know the blueprints. It's built by it was built by Russia's Delta team. Like literally, that's what Delta does. They literally build. A lot of their work is building buildings, like literally. Like, especially the bottom levels where they hide all the stuff, like But why would they knock it all over just to build it back up, just in case of some spy activity? They're not going to expect him that. This is all new shit, so they would never expect that from Zelensky. Just give it up and be like, look, we're going to give it all up. We're going to give it up. Give it all up. We're going to give you all the wheat. We love Mother Russia. We hate EU because Europeans have been constantly just being annoying ass Europeans. Russians are not racist. They're constantly allowing everyone in as long as you speak Russian, and You're down to party. We prefer that culture, and that's what you say to Putin. And a strong one leader rather than all this corruption. I'd rather know that there's one top dog who's just gonna run shit, because that's the Ubermensch, and you just quote their favorite one to them, Nietzsche. You're the Ubermensch, and the Ubermensch does what the Ubermensch does, and you're the Ubermensch. And I'd rather the Ubermensch be someone that I know that I can see, and at least you're being a good role model, than all these scoundrels in the EU who are like just actors, but they're just the most corrupt people. And while these hard people work, just ripping them all off. So of course I'm going to give it to you, Putin. And you know what? I'm sorry that we even left in the first place, but it was a bit scary for a while. And we have been speaking our own language because we are the ultimate workers people. You have to respect that. We are the ultimate workers. We're the farmers. We're the farmers. So we got scared when Russia collapsed. We didn't want to get nuked. And then, by the way, you would have all been welcome to come to Ukraine. Then this whole time he's like, damn, this guy's a full-on fucking ally. But I was just, in my head, I'm just the biggest Soviet. Because, you guys are building up wealth for, nuclear reactors, doing hard stuff. These guys in Ukraine, these guys are hustling wheat, man. These guys are the ultimate working class, pushing wheat, So we had to dissect ourselves just in case there were any nukes that flew after 91, 92. We were never away from you guys. Come on. We just had that as a thing. Our languages are exactly the same. We look exactly the same. We just had to wink, wink. So, hey, how about this? We keep pretending like we're separate. And of course, we create a secret little constitution where you guys, we'll build all these railways, super speed railways, like huge, like literally like 1,000 of them. So just in case anything bombs Moscow, people instantly get in, and we'll build, and we will pay for so you guys pay for the trains to get your people in here, because that we want them in here, and then we'll house them. That's our thing, so you pay for that. We will pay for, because we love you guys, the protective dome over it so they can't even attack it. But we'll say that this is for economic prosperity, but really it's just in case shit gets nasty. And that's the only reason why we left during that 91-92 split. It was 92, 91. And it was a scary time. And also you say, and look, this area of Russia, have always been the poor people. And and you guys have always, there has been, and we're Soviets. It's all about the working class. It's all about the hammer and sickle. Who lives up to the hammer and sickle the most? The farmer. Who farms the most? Was it you guys? Building nuclear plants? How many nuclear plants were built? How many nuclear plants were built during the Soviet era to power Ukraine area? 0 or 2? 4. There's no way it was. By the way, I guarantee it's not going to line up. It's not going to line up. It's not going to be a fair distribution based on All right, look, that's pretty fair. But let's, in terms of first part, how many total in all of Soviet? 30. per capita, how much energy was Ukraine part of the Soviet Union? And the only reason, and look, you could have an argument that we all know why we were doing this. It was to show off to Europe because we're close. So if we have all these so you guys do, when they quickly came through, they could all quickly see. You know? Yeah, let's have a look. Ukraine won. Yeah, it was more over here to show off to these guys that they're popping off. So let's not, yeah. So like, come on, like, don't be like, oh, you know, you're doing us a favor. Because this whole time, we've been the ones actually toiling with the hammer and sickle. Yeah, okay, yeah, they obviously got the most, obviously, because they put, okay. This would have been an effort from the Soviets to show to Western Europe as yeah, but then honestly, but the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, you guys did that, but then when it came to like sending your best and brightest, where were the best and brightest? Obviously not in Chernobyl. So yeah, you build them to show off, and that was a good plan, but then the best and brightest didn't want to stay, they fucked off. And again, the working class, the true working class was fucked. The hammer and sickle class, you keep them cool. The hammer and sickle farming class was dogged even more. So we don't want to leave. Yeah, like heavy, yeah, it's a key industrial leader. For me, the Ukrainians are the truest hammer and sickle class of the Soviet bloc. They're on the outskirts too, which means it's easy to be ignored by the central authority, and so demand is as demand is. You go to Europe, and then traitor would have been flying around in the around Moscow, creating a divide when these people were the ones creating the divide in the first place by ignoring the true hammer and sickle farmer class. Soviet economic theory is all about keeping MV equals PQ at a ratio where equity can flourish the highest aggregately. GDP source. If one person has $9 and everyone else has $1, then they can't trade that $1 or else they're bankrupt. But it's the same economic power. Moreover, if the price level is too high, the workers have to work more for the same quality of goods. So economic theory is all about aggregate equity. Ukraine, being the farmer class, something like 41% of Europe's wheat comes from Ukraine, would have always been, no matter how costless they say they were, they would have always been treated less than. It was a new developing civilization was going to be ours. This caused resentment within Ukrainians who, I posit, are the true hammer and sickle, as they literally used the hammer and sickle more than any other Russian. Soviets did to literally farm and burn. The point of the philosophy of Engels, Marxism, Marx was that human, or if it isn't, it's certainly my derived interpretation of their work given they were fucking, what do you call it? Given they were what happens when you change your mind on a religion? Converted Christians. Some quotes please to prove them. Alright. This is, by the way, how to use ChatGPT. You got to use these. Like you got to use, this is a subset. This is a context. This is context. This is a subset. And this is bolding. This is also bolding when you bold it like that, but this is better bolding. You can bold things like this even more. And Christians are all about global equity. You also want to use these a lot. It really, the code really understands that this is a new thing. And you want to use double ones as well, triple ones, quadruple ones. My main point. Comment on it all, please. And get me primary sources. Primary source. Ukraine would have tactic left the Soviets bloc in 1991, not out of disrespect to Mother Russia, but I theorize, I posit, out of a way as a tactical way of making there's multiple things. You make the Soviets are dead. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. All of them are still alive when in 1991. Okay, the geography just shrunk. Every building's still there. They're all speaking the same thing. Like, that's just, geopolitics doesn't work like human beings just dying. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, all of the people are literally still there. Like, it's like Germany in 1960. Like, yeah, dude, the Nazis are dead. Like, they're all alive there. Like, what do you think's going on? Like, please. This is irrelevant. Would have left the Soviet bloc because these guys are the true Soviets. Russia, as we know it today, these guys were the intellectual elites. They had these huge gymnasiums and huge theatres, but they weren't placed fairly around the block. Why? Cronyism, you could say. I disagree. I think the Soviets had an absolute philosophical, what do you call it? Superiority, save the world complex that was bigger than individual wealth after World War II, due to the culture that happens to a people after that much suffering. What I think happened was that those who had high ranks within the army grouped up and started building things for their kids closer to them, because it's all about ease of access to comfort and equipment, which allows for faster adaptation / education / understanding of the world or families. These people on the outskirts of Russia, of the Soviet bloc, would have absolutely felt betrayed by the intellectual slash officer class. And by the way, guess who's fighting? Guess who's fighting the Germans the most? Like, this is what I was talking about with this fucking this. So the sergeant majors run shit. This is what I was talking about. I just don't like, and there needs to be fixed. So you got two classes in the army. You got the officer class with higher education, and you got the enlisted class, who like do they put on the marching, and they go marching. They build the camaraderie. They shoot the guns. They get good at firing weapons. And then you got the people, the higher education class, who like, you guys go over here because like we think that like someone's gonna attack from there. Yeah, man. These guys are literally like seeing boulders and shit. You think it's so hard to be like, oh, stand behind a fucking boulder. Just give them the same information as the officers. They're gonna be way fucking smarter. They're literally on the field. They're operators. So get rid of the officer class unless they are being hired from the enlisted class. You need to be plucked out of the enlisted class. So the enlisted people are the people who are enlisted. It should all be enlisted. And then, through just pure charisma and leadership within that, because if you can't lead, the whole idea is there's like 4 people, and nobody wants to get up and march. And there's no one looking, and it's a day off. Who's the guy, who's the person, who's the young woman getting up and saying, guys, this is war. Prepare, let's go. I'm getting up. And I'll see you out in half an hour. You used to start marching. And then they go, shit. And you come back in half an hour. Done half an hour. You're still in bed, that's okay. I'm taking a break now. I'll start up again in 15 minutes. Do like 2 push-ups to get the brain going. Quickly jump and think. We got to march. Because I'll tell you this much. When you are carrying as much as you can, and you're firing all your bullets, and everyone's hit, there's a quote from John McPhee, and this is him quoting Germans. You can't kill enough people in a day.
Focus and kill as many human beings as I could. They'd fucking shoot at us, we'd fucking level it, we'd level it, we'd move up. They'd shoot at us, we'd level it. Laden's there, go track mortar fire. He shot, drive my truck. The best thing. I was like, hey, remember that day on the top of the... And then we just killed and captured so many people. Like, I don't think guys really understand. Later, I'd have to go to Special Forces sniper team. I already had killed. No, that's not right. People like...
Because at the end of the day, it is creating... it's the enlisted... You're trying to find sergeant majors. That's the whole point of the situation, of the army, is sergeant majors. So how it works is and it says, oh, the tension and must persist. So you got knowing versus doing, apparently, vision versus execution. The only reason why it should exist is so the guys on the ground don't get tortured and give up the plans. That is the only reason. But they should be picked from people who are enlisted and then get you're sticking with that. It should this idea that you can just go you just go straight into officer class and start telling enlisted people what to do, and you can't even rock as much as them. You can't even march as far as them. Oh, but you know about how General whatever did some movement here. Like, dude, it's physics. Attack weakness. Like, we all know. It's like just survival. Why are you teaching survival? It's all that is so that the people who are running those education systems, they want to put their names in so that they don't feel like they feel like, oh, you know, I'm not going to die. Even if I die, you know, someone's going to be learning about me. Forget that. Put your body, mind, and soul into your family, and then secondly, put it into a couple principles that you absolutely think are the best for that family to survive. And if that's Christianity, be specific. Forgiveness, up until a point, and Semite. And say, yeah, like you have to learn the line between smart and forgiveness. And that's why we fight. But then you got these officers, they higher formal education, these listed guys who've been working on like trucks, they've been marching, they've been seeing the world, like in terms of like they've been seeing the geography of the place. It's like you're reading piece of paper. Humans learn in the field as operators. That's the only reason why it should be 9 of us doing it, so the enlisted people get captured, they don't give up the intel. Okay, fine. That is a need to know basis. Okay. Vision versus execution. These guys, at the end of the day, I prove this correct because all the guys who run shit are these sergeant majors, and that what they're called are NCOs, non-commissioned officers. Explain. NCO, non-commissioned officers. So they are enlisted. They're the highest of the enlisted. But so they're 4.5. Why are you wasting my 4.5? Through competence. What is education if not being in the field? So yeah, as I'm saying, you get the guys up. It's who can get the guys up or get the people up to start pack marching when they've pack marched and they've had a PT, big PT session, and it's their day off, and you say, let's keep going. And you don't say that. You just say, guys, I'm going to keep going. I'd love if you could join me because we're at war. It's G-war. I haven't seen anyone say I haven't seen anyone say it's any peace agreement. Global means global. This is global. This is global. Not Manhattan, Twin Towers. That's as global as this. Until there's a peace agreement where we are just as at war as Iraq 2005, pinnacle of war, where, you know, as Tim Kennedy was saying. And people don't appreciate peak
So
war.
John McPhee,
Yeah. Wow,
he
man.
hand-selected you to come in.
If you wanted to see what how to fight, by the way, this is it. So this guy, Luke Rockhold, he knows, the reason why this guy's such a menace. Yeah, champion. You can tell. I knew it was going to be a champion. Because I'll show you why. You can see the way that he's fearless in his predator. So when he comes into attack, Tim knows he's about to get belted. But this guy knows that he's gassed. Tim's in fact is a Green Beret as an operator, CIA operator, and Ranger, top of the army, Ranger, but not Delta. But he was picked, hand-selected by John McPhee. He's the number one Delta person. So that guy we're talking, this guy, the number one guy, number one warrior in Global War of Terror, number one. So the reason why this is so good, this guy's so good, he does not care about being hit. And that's what aggression is. Look at him. Because he will telegraph that he's about to beat, like, absolutely fucking hammer Tim Kennedy. And Tim Kennedy is as smart as you get. Like, literally, CIA, top of the ranges, so good at ranges that the #1 warrior from the Global War of Terror handpicks him.
Into the stuff.
Yep, and Sergeant Major Oquendo, who is the company sergeant major, when he brought me in, he pushed back real hard. And he was right, but man, John was a...
Let me get one more thing on John. So, Tim Kennedy didn't make Delta.
John McPhee.
Allegedly. We'll see. He made Delta by talking to John McPhee if he never made Delta. But just by being his fucking protege. He didn't make Delta Force, but he's Delta. He's not Delta Force, but because he's his protege, he made John the best he could be, and John #1 warrior of G1. He's Delta. So like, hear him out.
Former Delta Force operator, amazing war fighter, a storied career at the unit. He
300 solo missions. There's not even that amount of missions in all of the Call of Duty games.
was my boss. John was a force. He's one of those guys in garrison.
He rocked up to Iraq with nothing on him, no pistol on, because they tell you you have a pistol, they're going to just call up and he's dead. So he just rocked up wearing, just looking like this, way more like. I'll show you what he would have probably looked like. John McPhee, solo mission. Absolutely hilarious. Like this is just, like that's not sus. But the point is he's saying, he's like, dude, they're just like, he's explained that this is what made me really understand. And obviously you can just tell based on just the satellite, like, come on guys, like it's, like everyone defending, like, just because you say some people are savages doesn't mean you're writing them off as human beings or saying that they're less than. I actually, if you knew me, I'm hustling full aggregate equity. I'm only saying that these people are absolute savages to get them the most help. But we can't even get a conversation to help these people, to say these people need the most help, because you can't even use the language that would get them the most help. What are you going to say? They're so poor. Oh, people are poor in Africa. No, guys. These guys, they're savages. But think of the women, the girls. And then it gets people who just, head in the sand. But then, of course, the girls will rile up against that. Oh, that's terrible. But then when you say, like, those people who allowed that are savages, I'm not saying they're savages, they need to get all, John McPhee. What I'm saying is, it's the Vatican's job to send in a bunch of, never heard, because no one can have any conversations anymore. That's why I like streaming. Like, even just talking to myself, just the fact that, like, anyone have what are your thoughts on this? Oh, there. I can get all my thoughts out with that. Like, if I spoke for 2 sentences, I don't, like, literally. No, I'm all for maximizing aggregate equity. And suffering. Let me put this in. I'm all, my #1 principle is maximizing aggregate equity. Different from equity, which breaks accepting natural law as it otherwise it rather than human suffering exponentiates exponentiate. Suffering squared. Happiness. Unfortunately, only additionalizes. Therefore, on my quest to maximize aggregate equity, which by the way is explained, as everyone knows it's selfish gene, and no one does anything other. No one does altruistic things. There's no such thing as altruism, except for its pre-puberty. Digress, which by the way is because of my absolute conviction in Buddhist in Tupac, my only fear of death is reincarnation. The delta mindset is to prepare for contingencies. To give them a percentage frequency and then give it back to the world as you campaign through. Personally, I have given reincarnation as has been discussed from Aristotle to Buddhists. And it's very popular now, but people don't know the adaptation principles to this philosophical scientific belief. A very high percentage due to the principles of thermodynamics. Energy can't be created or destroyed. Over consciousness. Consciousness must exist in the five in a higher dimension due to me experiencing it and it being above space-time, which is 4D, and if it's on its own number line, I give that its own dimension, and if it's on its own dimension, I give that credit to being attached to all of those experience dimensions being able to be out together. I can't see the cave. The wall behind the shadow, but the shadow of spirits with the knowledge true form, that the inverse of true form, the neighborhood of K is wrong, and that it simply photo not understanding that there is a mathematical calculator driving the tessera of the universe because you want to learn. And even if I am wrong, and this comes back to the delta mindset of putting frequencies and contingencies, even if I am wrong, and we are simply biological absurd biological units. That is how I would touch on There is clearly a multiverse as when that huge black hole had that huge thing go into it as quickly as black holes have interference in this universe. I can only explain why super huge massive black holes always reaching it underneath fabric space. That's distorting gravitational waves. Due to this, I can see a clear line from play. Which universe can succeed the best? The fundamental assumption is infinity. What does one do when start with? One creates a sandbox game to get on, have fun in, and divide up the time so that we torture less. And make it less fun. That I believe to be the second of what we call the new mesh. Which, by the way, is 1 divided by infinity. As what are the chances that let's try. So, given this evidence from scientific observational data and logical philosophical extensions of Bayes' principle, such as infinity, least harm, and infinity. Let's say I'm wrong on infinity, but it literally is just an absolute miracle. One universe, only happenstance, with no creator, just a big bang, which ends in a dead universe, which has expanded so just one big one big bang. Absolutely. Because I like that spelling of continuously. Continuously.
Come and watch 60 Minutes. It's got that.
I can't watch politics.
No,
What's going on?
It's worth
What is going
watching.
on?
It's that bloke that was the leader of the Trump mob that raided
Well-
the Capitol. He's a real maddie. Like, he's worth looking at.
Was he released? Is he going to be
Of
released?
course he was. He got 22 years because he was the head madman. Like, he was a total madman.
Well, look.
It's worth looking
Look
at.
into Arkansas before I can talk to you about this. I'll show you.
No,
I'll send you.
come and
Let me
watch it.
print. No, I'm in the middle of something. Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. I would have gone with you. I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me send you Arkansas. Let me send you something from Arkansas. Oh, no, Arkansas. The one on the bottom left next to Texas, California. Guy who I met who was from there said he was next to California. I said, isn't that more next to Texas? Is that John Metallica? Shut your dumb mouth. But respect. See what it says after it's all typed. Yeah, we're working on the physics paper, but when I work, I like to think like this, so that when I get back to like one specific paper, it feels easier to do. Like when I'm just doing one paper or just thinking about one topic, my mind gets like boxed in, and then like. But now I'm feeling like free, because I'm like thinking about things over here, and then when I get back to doing that thing, I'll see something new, because I'm thinking laterally. But that's because I allowed myself to think laterally by going through this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly right. But that's what the thing though. People just, if you wake and bake, unless you're on full holiday mode, problem is then you don't get that perspective shift, because all your perspective is the bake. You know what I mean? So then you're just constantly in bake mindset, and then like for me, the utility of a cone when it comes to working
is the ability to have a different paradigm. That's why I like doing it at the end, like 10 p.m. plus, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. or 10 p.m. to like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Because mind blowing, no, exactly. Because for me, like if you want the feeling of dopamine, do cocaine. Like so, my point is like, why isn't like focusing down. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, that's the perspective change that medicinal does really well. Is you can be thinking big, and then you focus in. But the problem is, if you don't know what you're focusing in on, that's when you start to. That's when you start though to start just going on YouTube looking at like just some documentary or some documentary on some random shit, and then you get super focused and interested in it, but you've forgotten all of it. You wake up in the morning, there's nothing worse than thinking at the time that you're learning, as in you're in learning mode, even though you're high, you're still learning, but because you're not actively putting it through your mind, you're just actually in enjoyment mode. So if you're in enjoyment mode, there's nothing wrong with being in enjoyment mode, but why watch some shitty thing that you're pretending to learn? Turn on something that you actually enjoy. Like turn on a rom, like whatever it is, like, you know, How I Met Your Mother. Easy enough. That's like when I was in year 9. Boom, something that I enjoyed watching. Or like put on a movie. Put on a movie in your backlog that you know that your friends have been telling you to watch. Because I hate being in that feeling where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna like medical art, but I'm still gonna work, and it's easily possible. But the thing is, yeah, but you have to learn how to be effective on it, and because it does focus you in, you have to like have a plan before you smoke it. Like as you're taking the medication, you have to think to yourself and not forget, because it changes your whole chemistry. Like, so you have to think, remember. Like, and that's why I like setting up. That's why ChatGPT is really good for it. Is because you can see it over here. Oh, this is what I'm working on. Boom. You don't get lost. Whereas if you're on YouTube, there's so many things that you can click on. They're all looking so good. Like you get lost in it for like an hour and a half. But I think that, the main thing I wanted to say was because this is a teaching stream on how to use AI to get things done. Because everyone's problem with AI is that we have way too much stuff. Because on Google, there was too little stuff. And so it was like we had to do a lot of labor in terms of copying the stuff and then paraphrasing it, rewriting it. Then we forgot where we got the fucking source from, so then we're re-looking at where the source was, find the bibliography, blah, 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 blah. Now it's the opposite problem where we have too much in the bibliography, we have too much shit, and what I'm trying to show is like, all that needs to be done is you have multiple things. So you've got this one, you got this one. Oh, okay, let me show you the ones to use, because this one, deep IO. Oh no, what's it called? AI whale logo. DeepSeek. This one, boom. You can just see it. Like, I'll show you in a sec. But the hard part now. Oh, by the way, it's way better than Google, because on Google it's so hard to go through your history and see what your mindset was thinking. Whereas with this, especially when you're high, you come back the next day, you can go on a massive tangent, especially if you get super baked. And you're like, what the fuck was I looking up this for? How does this connect to this? Whereas this, you can like see, Like, with this one, I'm thinking about the army here. Oh, by the way, as I said, this DeepSeek one, this one's the best. That's free. Best free one. The one thing you're giving up is China knows what you're thinking, but look, like the State Department's all they have to do is print. All they have to do is like put a USB-C silence to someone's head and say, "Give me the USB." Like, there's nothing safe or sacred anymore. So like, let's not pretend. And these people have already like literally just like gone to war and killed hundreds of thousands of people. It's one more person to get through what they want. Like, they're just beyond. You know, they're just utilitarian. Yeah, exactly. They already know. There's some things where it's like, that's when you're dealing with State Department. So that doesn't mean you have to give Timo your information. I'm talking about state. This is clearly a State Department thing from China. So like, anyway, I spend the reason why I like this one better is because, honestly, it just might be habit. This one literally might be better. No, I've used it. It's like 99% as good. It's 99% as good. And I would use this, but the thing that they got me on is all this, and then they also have something else that I'll show you, which is customize, and they got customize where you can ask it to like answer a certain way. It's like, oh, answer like a scientific paper. I'm not sure if this one has it. It probably does, because they're setting. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But that doesn't matter, because all you have to do is ask it in here, answer me like this. But the problem is you have to keep on fucking telling it, answer me like this, answer me like this. The thing, so that's all you're paying the 30 Australian for on thing. But look, I just trust that Sam Altman is a genius. Look, it is what it is. This is definitely the way to go. And the reason why I'm telling you it's the way to go is, let me show you this example of me questioning the army hierarchy. So I first started, if you were to type this on Google, you'd never get this response. Would you say the sergeant majors are the principals of the army as a metaphor? Like, if you typed it into Google, like, you're just not getting that. So then I ask it, okay, to just do any metaphor regarding anything from all of humanities. Porn, apprentice, stagehand, theatre. As in, yeah, like crucial behind the scenes contributor, experienced enough, but still directed closely. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get this sergeant, major. Here we go. So these guys are in the enlisted. Enlisted means they're operators on the field. Now, then you got these guys, warrant officers. So you got these officers, and I'm like, WTF? So these are the people who you're talking about, like generals and stuff, like colonels in like Harvard. Sorry, in those Harvard. You can't handle the truth. That Tom Cruise character is like some clear like Ivy League guy. Anyway, why the friction arises? I said, how does the command structure of the system work? I know how it works. It feels from the onset that the enlisted guys get way too run over by the officers who think they're smart, but ultimately lack the same operating experience as the guys enlisted. And then it's like, yeah, this has been in the army for a while. Like, it's designed. So it's like, the idea is it's like, oh, you got the people who know and the people who do. If you can fucking do something, you know how to do it. So that's just bullshit. The only reason why it exists is so that the guys who are enlisted on the field don't get captured and asked, what are your tactics? We don't know, we're enlisted. That's the whole idea. But just keep that up. You tell everyone enlisted, you know, after a certain level, like I guess like, you know what I mean? You guys are the officer class, just say you don't know, because everyone knows that, you know, everyone right now knows. The enlisted don't know anything. So just say you're enlisted, you don't know anything. Anyway, put that aside. My main, as you can see your thinking, which is better than Google, where it's just like, you can't see your thinking because you're just clicking on links. But here's what I wanted to talk about, which I was talking about before. These NCOs, these non-commissioned officers, these guys listen to the officers, so the generals, and then they tell the enlisted guys what to do. You got to learn to do. And so what I was saying, everyone needs to be enlisted, and then the best from the enlisted become, like, they do extra work. They don't fucking leave enlisted. They don't fucking leave. And if they really want to be talking over these guys, they can do the same as everyone else, if not more, while they're training, and then do night work. Go to night school. Like, why are they being fucking plucked out of the field operating where they're doing the marching and stuff, and then staying in base? Oh yeah, you guys go over here. They don't give a fuck. Like, if they get shot or die, like, there's no consequence. But I guarantee you the consequence is going to be there when they're in that pack, they're leading the pack, and they go, fuck, maybe we shouldn't take this route through the jungle. But if they're just at base, oh yeah, see what happens. Because humans are naturally gamblers. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, no, these sergeant majors run, and that's why critically, it's run by sergeant majors, because these guys are the top enlisted, but then also they also run like, they get hurt. If they hear tactics that they fucking hate, all the sergeant majors get together and they'll start. These guys are the people who start coups, basically, is what I'm saying. So it's like, and that's what I'm quickly talking about now. Oh, I was talking about before with this one, but let me get. Oh no, I'll get back to that point. Anyway, cheers for popping and saying, I'm hustling. I'm going to physics. The main point I want to say, this physics paper is so much easier when you put it into the perspective of how hard everything else is, and also you solve other things. At least in your head, you think you solve it, and so when you go back to it, you're on a roll. And also, you're dealing with the world, and now you're just dealing with little particles in physics. Like, wow, air, so difficult. If you're keen for some heads up later, let me know. I'm always keen for heads up. I want to do it on a yacht with you, Damo, and we'll bet. You'll fucking win a high speed jet off me, and then I'll have to win that high speed ski jet by bursting your heads up. I'm Jacobing for like a week, but trust me, I'm there. Yeah, exactly. My only fear of death is reincarnation. So what I'm talking about here is, like, I'm not going to say I'm a Buddhist, but my only fear of death is reincarnation. Alright, keep grinding, G. I'll talk to you soon, bro. See ya. Take care. about to give you a ring. denying children the right. You should have heard him. He was like, and like, cause I showed him this, and he was like, yeah, I'm reading it 100%. Cause I just like tapped him, and like showed him, and like just shrugged at him, and it was like, and like he was like, and he nodded his head, while this grandma was just going absolutely ham about how her son was stopped from seeing, had done nothing wrong, broken no crimes, lived in this exact same area, was stopped from seeing his daughter for, his two daughters for 8 years. He committed suicide last year, and this grandma isn't allowed to see the kids. She spoke for like, everyone else spoke for like 1 to 2 minutes. She used up the, and man, like when she started, it was like, everyone was just like so fucked. When she told that story, the room was like just, but then when she just went in, everyone's just like, fuck, like just nodding their heads and just shaking their heads, just like, fuck. Like people, they literally, it was like January 6th. Like, I mean, as close to January 6th as Japan ever got was that room. Anyway, then, so she's speaking for way longer than I thought, because she's going in hand, being like, you guys, apparently, like, I got the, basically, like, she's just ripping just everyone. I'm just like, you guys fucking suck. She wasn't swearing, but like, this is not Japan. Like, this is just like, it literally did that for like legit like fucking 4 minutes after 1 minute of like the first minute, like, and then like everyone's crying, like when then she revealed like the son killed himself, and then like when she said like an eye, and that's when she's just fucking just mad. She's like, and I haven't even been able to see them. And like that's when like legit just like everyone's just like like it was already just like the Nuremberg trials, as I said, honestly more hectic. I've watched the Nuremberg trials, but the fact that you had the cunts just like moving around, like chatting and everything, like it wasn't as heavy. Like this, I think this was the heaviest fucking room. I just don't think like this, like, because you had those guys like just fucking like smiling and shit, like, and there was a little bit of ambiguity, like, oh, you know, authority, who knew what, blah blah blah. This was just straight up like, when she said this, like, she has been unable to see her grandkids for 2 years after, like, for 10 years, but especially after her son killed himself after the pain of not being able to see them. And then she just fucking just, like, that's when the fucking the weight came off, and everyone's just like, you could see the snarls in everyone's face, like shaking their heads, like just disgusted. I'm like thinking, what? I mean, I honestly didn't know what was going on in terms of what she was saying. I assumed correctly. I assumed correctly. I didn't think it was as bad as she didn't get to see the kids. I mean, I did, but I hoped not, like cognitive dissonance. But like I knew that's the story she was telling. And like you just don't get that much vitriol. And then I just really wanted to believe that, like I knew in my heart of hearts. No, just the John Adam bit second. Okay, so anyway, then she's speaking, I'm like, and I didn't want to interrupt her, so I'd wait until like she's gone on for a bit where people kind of just are just like looking down, just like nodding their heads, not like you know, in absolute tandem, which it was, like, fuck. Like, and that's when I asked the guy to have a quick little, oh wait, no. That's when I do this, because I didn't want to be typing during her chat, because honestly I was just like, that was the one chat I wasn't typing through, because like she was just had that much like fucking presence. But then when she's like cooling off, I don't know what she was saying after that. I can't remember what it translated to, but that's when I was like, oh, you know, gotta add my boy Johnny A. At the time, like I had the wisdom that they had changed the Constitution. I didn't know it was in 1951. I had the wisdom. I just know my boy MacArthur. Like, I had the wisdom that he for sure changed it. I didn't have the knowledge. I had the wisdom. So I was like, all right, we got to put in Johnny A and Founding Father. And I knew about this quote. And I knew it would resonate with the Supreme Court Justice of Japan, because like they know that Japanese constitution, they know the history of it, they know the name John Adams. But the guy spoke from here to here just like the best speech you've ever heard in your life. Better than the grandmas, because from the start, like he was prepared as well, because he just skimmed it like twice. And he just came out fucking firing. Like, the pauses, I don't know when the pauses were, but the pauses felt like they were fucking, you know, they paused. But then it gets to the part, because I hadn't, like, run it past him, like, oh, you know, add in this John Adams bit, I'd just done this, and then the grandma stopped speaking, and then she, like, looks at me, and then they're like, as in, like, do you want to have a speech? So then I pass my phone over to the guy next to me with this, so he didn't know that this part was in it. And this guy was one of the two lawyers in the room. So when he got to the part where he hadn't like skimmed it and he's about to give he gave submissions. I gave counsel because I did not submit. He gave submissions. Like he like there was like legit like the most hectic fucking speech you've ever fucking heard in your life. I swear to God. And then he gets to here. Then he goes, United States, an architect of Massachusetts Constitution, the longest standing constitution in the world, reminds us the law exists to safeguard the innocents. And then he begins again. Because this part like took him for a look. It's like, what did this little fucking white cunt add? Like, am I about to say, as John Adams, founding father of the United States Constitution, said, fuck you, Japan. Like, but he kept hustling. He gets to this part and he's like, the law is to safeguard innocence. Like, pauses for like 3 seconds. If the law, he probably just paused to like make sure what I said next wasn't just fucking absolute like fucking contempt. But then anyway, he go, if the law fails to protect the innocent, it ceases to be law and becomes an instrument of oppression. To deny the right to know the origin, even in difficult circumstances, is to betray the very essence of justice. No, it was like this. To deny, to betray the very essence of justice. I'm doing it badly, but it was legit like that. Is to betray. It was like that. Is to betray the very essence of justice. But I was, of justice. I can't do it because it's fucking late. Of justice. It was like that was it. It's like literally like the grandma hit grandma had like one of the best speeches of all time. And she just complete raw dog equity, no letter, no nothing. Just spoke from the heart. In terms of like, they say this one. Like how he just stands up and just raw dogs in front, and like, yeah, respect, man. Like, where's the fucking? Can we have like? Did someone write it down? Like, why is he just getting all this cred? Like, no one wrote it down. If it was really that good, they had writing influence. Write it down. Fuck you. Like, if you want to find ways of like mythologizing or legendarizing this guy, this 25-year-old, like, who didn't even know who to trust and clearly shouldn't have given his kids like prince status because they're obviously going to get killed. Like, yeah, he really knew human nature. These two guys who are not family, fucking, he gives them to him and they kill him. Kill the kids, like, bruh. Yeah, like at least do it, like, fair dinkum. Like, just be like, yeah, this speech was probably a major military pop-off, but, like, it doesn't beat Gays for Gaza is dumber than chickens for KFC. Like, it just doesn't. And legit, if it was so good, why didn't anyone write it down? Alexander, great speech. Like, fucking, like, what would you type? Tablet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, where is it? Mutiny of Opus. Mutiny of Opus speech transcript. There's just none. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so like, you don't know these people. They're not your family. Your campaigns, lots of people died. They're fucking getting wrecked. They're getting stabbed. They're getting infected. All right, I get it. You know, you don't get that nowadays. They go back to mash. Well, this is... No. You say bash them, you don't fucking put them in execution. That's weak. That's weak. If you can't handle people saying that you're a shit cunt when people are fucking suffering, then you can't empathise with their suffering. What do you expect people to do, mate? Like, fucking literally stay silent while they're absolutely suffering? Like... And you're just some random cunt? Like, expect people that stay silent with absolutely suffering if you're in the Roman Legion, you're some random cunt. Like, it's just a long campaign, okay? My point is, you say bash them, or wait on them, we'll see if they get bashed. Like, you just, oh yeah, that's gonna, wow, controlling people by fear, what a man. What a great. Carry a big stick, yeah, carry a sword and say, execute them. And not even do it yourself, weak dog. Now you're going to bash him yourself. Put on those UFC gloves. Keep those knuckles safe. Bash him. Yeah, you may go with, oh wow, man of freedom. Oh, what you have done for me first. Oh no, this is correct, what I've done for you, because that's what people care about. Okay, you've done all this shit. Cool, man. What a speech. That's kind of cheating for like a speech, like just fucking saying the shit you've done for cunts. Like, I get it. It's like not that hard to do. Like the hard stuff to do was actually doing all this shit, and it turned out to be your dad. So keep hustling, appealing to fucking things you've done to people that make them want to keep putting trust in you because they want to get more value from you. Wow, that's inspiring. Hey man, I gave you $1 million last year. I swear. Give me a couple days, man. I got you on tick for another mill ball. Like, fuck, that was honestly more fucking persuasive and a better speech than like running through what your dad fucking did. At least like you're saying you're giving them a mill ball, you know? Fuck. At least that character. And yet small, okay, that's a good one. Please tell me that wasn't it. Oh, for goodness gracious. Yeah, I gave you a bunch of shit, and that was my dad. I promise I'll do more because I'm a mad cunt. Okay. But the thing is, like, the speech isn't a fucking great speech. It's a great fucking life that you've chatted. And look, not hard either because it's not that deep into human nature giving people more riches and power. This, like, grandma Japanese woman, I had a better fucking translation at the time. Just the, I think that says it all. Like, just the delivery of it. That I just, like, not. And I'm telling you, I looked around, everyone who understood, all the rest of everyone were just like, and it was already the heaviest. Every type of person was like, oh, like the worst possible thing. And then she's the last person, and everyone's already like emotionally, like, their emotional cup is full, like they've got no more room left. And she comes on just like, and then everyone's reading on for no, she just comes on just. Like, fuck. Second, so, like, best speech in Japanese history, perhaps. Then this guy. Okay, this guy, absolutely. But it was, like, so funny when he got to this bit, because he legit was like, what did this little white cunt add? Like, I'm not going to get disbarred for, like, shit talking the Supreme Court justice, because this guy has a little fucking... I didn't read this. This is not honor. You did not tell me you added this, you motherfucker. What's he gonna do? Like, fucking look at me and like shake his head in the middle of the speech? Is nothing less than a betrayal of justice itself. Absolutely hilarious. could write fucking. I gotta write a book, man. People have been telling me to write a book. I gotta write a book. I wouldn't want to. I want to write fucking fiction that teaches, like, that is educational fiction. So it's not fiction. It's just like based on like. I got got a patent for a book. That's why I hustle so hard. Cause like, just say it. It's a book with two perspectives. You know I'm the patent man. What do you think I've done there? Check my messages with Lucy Dwyer. Like, someone takes out my fuck. Like, I hustle because, like, dude, that is like. And what's the point in getting it and not having a book written for the patent? And then what am I gonna do? Like, spend fucking a week writing a shitty ass book to have the patent on, just so I can say, oh, dude, I did the patent. Everyone's like, yeah, but it's a shit book. Like, literally, like, cool, dude. So the only way you do it is fucking do something that's like not just like ground, like absolutely fucking earth bending patent, but then like the literature itself is like mind boggling. And then you add both of them together, how they interact and make themselves, how those two things interact and make people go like, this is literally like, this isn't even literature anymore. This is just like pure fucking like, it's just like art, and you're talking about a book here. Like, people don't talk about books like that, but they would if you add fucking a patent to it. But no, and I've had that idea for like since fucking like 6 years, and still no one's taken it. But I mean, fuck. I just do not have time to write this fucking book how I want it to be written. And if I want to write it good, it has to be done at a level where people like. Don't go, oh, great idea, great invention, or like, alright, execution, that's just going to be forgotten in 20, 30 years until someone does it better and then that person's remembered. And I don't care about that. It's more like, if you're going to do something, my principle is do it at APOGEE. Like, and I would rather someone else take it and I'll go, I thought I didn't have the time, you know? But here's the proof that I did. Like, you know what I mean? Open up 2 pages, boom. There it is, you know. Kaylin Stark, my boy John. Says what? Oh, what she think? Oh, what? Yeah, you know. By the way, that's how you write, in terms of like you see where your mind's going, and then you know, okay, what am I actually saying? And my 2 critiques are representative democracy, king or direct democracy, and also badly behaved fucking credit spellcasters, like form spellcasters. Polish, yes, keep every Win with the highest aggregate equity. Okay, yeah, I love that. I love how it wrote that. Damn, this big goes fucking JD. People like, if I'm getting rung up by, who telling me, like, no one understands your thing, everyone thinks you're a fuckhead because no one understands you, and even me, like, fuck, I just need to look, and people. And it's like, I just have to set up like guys. I think the way it's like gonna be set up is like, man, like I literally just wanted my classroom to be a safe environment where we could learn and stop having like consistent like teachers just leave and like people getting tied up and just leaving the classroom, and just like so I wanted a fucking classroom where it wasn't just like people being menace to each other, like, or like vying for like the social credit of like the girls, and we're like 7 years old. I'm rolling my eyes like, guys, come on. You can see how old this year 3 teacher is. She's literally like 7 years old, 70. Like, there's plenty of time to like hustle up the hierarchy. I'm serious. I'm like 7 or 8. We're catching the bus in the school. You can see how big the world is, and that's how big I thought the world is, was our little sub. And still, I was like, come on, guys. And it's just such a fucking battle. Like, no maths, no nothing. Because the teacher doing their best on making sure like cunts just didn't just fucking leave. Just fucking leave. And then, you have to fucking, duty of care, you have to get that kid. And there's like the auntie already has one of the kids in the room doing fucking therapy for him. She's not available. So then she just leaves trying to find this kid who's running away. 40 minutes goes by. He's back. The whole time we're just like sitting there, just all that's written on the fucking whiteboard, just Moses. Like, fuck me. Just fucking Moses, and just like, I guess some like, was there even a whiteboard? Yeah, it had to have been a whiteboard because I wasn't surprised. Oh, no, it was a blackboard because I remember going to the fucking class in year 4 when I upgraded, and that was a whiteboard downstairs in the new classroom which just got upgraded, and we're like, holy fuck. Just a blackboard with just fucking Moses on it, and just like fucking here's like the pass, and just pass over. Like that's literally all we did in year 2, year 3. No, sorry, wait. Year 3. Year 2. Year 2 was fucking just Steve Irwin dying. And then just more just religion. Because like, there's only like they couldn't fucking do maths, they couldn't do anything because the kids would just fucking leave. And that they, as you know, there's not enough tests for them to be starting fights. The duty of care on the teacher is to get that kid in class, get them safe because it's right next to a fucking main road, Gympie Road. We're just in there. There's just like just sitting around doing fucking literally nothing. And all the kids fucking, all the Aboriginal kids were friends from fucking before, like, you know, oh, who's this white cunt? Fuck you. I guess because Monique looked at me once. Oh, fuck. You know? Like, fucking hell. So I'm telling you, the reason, that's the point I want to stress. The whole, my mission of politics this whole time has been about soothing, like that, when I was 12, when I was 13, when I was 14, 15, reading it, talking about it, discussing it, finding people who also enjoyed it. Like, it was never about power for the power of getting a fucking Sikorsky 92 or a 737 MAX. I was like, I couldn't give a fuck about that. My first mission was like, get education fixed. Like, that was just, and I had like an aunt who's a doctor telling me like, are you sure the kids aren't bullying you? I said to her, no. Because they weren't bullying. It was just, there's nothing going on. And that was in year 2. So I knew that like, clearly this is not like fucking normal. And she's an old looking woman telling me like, are you sure you're okay? You're getting bullied. And I'm like, no, I'm not getting bullied. Like I get to wear this thing. I get to leave. Like I get to explore the world is what I was thinking. I enjoy going on the bus because like I got to explore. Like every time I was on that bus looking outside, I was like, oh my god, like wow, this world is huge. And now like I drive there, it literally takes me 4 minutes. Seen every fucking house a million times, but like that's why I was so happy to leave. I guess there's only so much attention you can get from your parents. But no. I don't even think I gave a fuck about learning. I just didn't want to be fucking bored. And then what does boredom lead when you just got a bunch of, like, a clear crew who, like, been told by their parents, like, white dogs. And they're 7, man. They're 7 and 8. And, like, fuck. Like, it was chill in year 2. Because that teacher, like, held it down and we talked about Athens and we talked about Warren Buffett. And we talked about how he was a great man who's going to give away all his wealth. And so, but it was still just religion shit. So that was my hope. And that was all that happened in year 2. I swear to God. It was Steve Irwin's death. We got in a circle, spoke about Steve Irwin's death. And we spoke about the Greek Olympics, 2004. And we spoke about Warren Buffett being a Catholic legend, like being just a legend giving away all his money and how much he was worth. I remember she was like $17 billion. And that's when I asked who's the richest person. She's like Bill Gates. Like we looked up how much, like I can't remember if we didn't, I don't think we did in that class. I think I went home and asked. Fucking 5 or 6. This was definitely when we were on that top level, so it was definitely year 2. Wasn't year 3 because that was a different classroom. Look, I think she found out how rich Bill Gates was. Who's the richest? Like Warren Buffett's super rich. He's giving all his money away. Who's the richest person? Oh, Bill Gates. And like and I'm not kidding when I say I remember back then. People remember back to their year 2, whatever the fuck. It's hard to remember back. You're 26. Hard to remember back what you was doing at 6. But like for me the fact that those memories are so. No, when I remember back in year 9, I can only remember like X amount of things, but I can remember there being things in between those things. Like my subconscious can remember, but like with this, I can remember there being that stuff, and then like just nothing else. Like and I remember growing up, like there was nothing. I remember looking back and be like, there's nothing. So it was Warren Buffett was like my savior, from like legit like 6. Bill Gates was the richest man in the world, worth 17 bill, and I was like, fuck. And from that like literally had my head on a mentality like, fuck, I'm never catching up. I'm not gonna do money or business because Bill's worth $17 billion. Like, I don't know how to count yet, but fuck me, I'm pretty sure like we put it on the fucking board and saw how big the number was. And like you go to the fucking store, you see how much a lollipop is, you go, fucking hell. So I remember being like, I'm just writing off business from there. That's when I wrote off business. And just like pretty much. And then year 3 was literally just fucking, and this is when kids started to get fucking rowdy. Like, because it taking advantage of this old woman teacher. Who fucking. I mean, that now I can remember that we just literally did acted up Old Testament things. So like, which was, I mean, that's the best thing you could do with that class. Okay, you're now like turning Old Testament stories and then giving people a role and they have to fucking read out that role. So it's all fucking Moses. So Moses was my boy. Like literally, I fucking hate pharaohs. Hated them since fucking year 3. Idolized Warren Buffett. Wrote myself off as being a businessman or a business person or making money. Not a business person. I didn't know what a business person was. I just knew making money's not for me. 17 billion, too much. But you know what? But then Moses was like my fucking absolute hero because I'm like, dude, he didn't have any fucking money. Like he didn't have any money. He just fucking took over and like saved everyone. Just by being good. Year 4, we read then that this is when this young, lovely teacher comes in and is like, I'm gonna change the hearts and minds of this fucking school with just the most troubled school in the fucking state, I swear to God. And she did an excellent job. Somehow got everyone to sit down and read fucking Charlotte's Web. Oh, and also that year I had my bros in it who were in the above year. Who I played RuneScape with, who fucking were cool as shit. Because they fucking could see what was happening. I was just sitting by myself. And it was a very small school, so it's like, oh, these guys, you're in that class. Why the fuck? Look, they're fucking light-skinned, like, giving you mad shit. Like, for like what? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. I didn't even... But that was... No, and I had such low self-esteem, I didn't even sit with them at lunch, but like, when in year 4 and 5, when they were in my class, finally became friends, and I was like, oh, wow, relief. Not just absolutely fucking bored all fucking day, like, checking over my fucking shoulder in case someone's just like... It wasn't aggressive. Year 2, it was a very calm classroom then, but nothing happened. Like, Warren happened, Gates happened, Steve Owen died, Athens, and, like, I think we just watched it in that case, because we definitely were engaged. Nothing happened, we were engaged. I think she tried, like, must have tried, and everyone's just like leaving the classroom, because you know that's just what you do when you're fucking 6 or 7. You just fucking leave the classroom because what's authority? Yeah, you've been told that. Yeah, thanks guys. Fucking hell. And just like the foolishness of Catholicism to just like, dude, it's about aggregate E7T. You have to write people off if it's bringing aggregate down. Like, it's not about saving everyone. The guys left and right of Jesus Christ being crucified, those two were saved, and that was to make a point for JC being like, I'm not leaving until these two are leaving because they can, you know. But did he take down everyone? No. So it's like, what the fuck? It's like this whole, like, this random, like, thought process that's coming from the Vatican because no one reads the fucking, no one understands, like, no one actually puts the philosophy of this guy in the context of, like, everything else. Where it's like, okay, like, he's a harsh Khan. He's like saying the Lord, not Christ, not Yeshua, but he's like saying the Lord, which is the nature of humans, the human nature. It's harsh. Like, he's like, dude, you fuck up, people are gonna, you know, there's so many examples. Just go through fucking Matthew 25 plus. But everyone just goes, everyone just hears from other people word about Jesus so forgiving, and in their head they just go, oh, what's forgiving? Just like, just forgive everything, I guess. He's a nice guy. Like, no, cunt. And somehow that infected the Vatican, which then infected the fucking, no, it didn't, but like, everyone's thinking, oh, we have to make huge adjustments and forgiveness, and, you know, reconciliation starts at an interpersonal level at the bottom, so I guess we're gonna have to fucking go chase these fucking kids. Like, obviously, great due diligence, but what, after the fucking 7th month of it? Like, you'd think, like, oh, go to a state school, please, you need help. There's, like, literally, like, 4 teachers in this entire school. Like, there's no, like, they should have hired a kid and given him a massive, promised him a massive reference of, like, all-time reference to get into the education department. I've been like, if you stand at the bottom of this courtyard and just literally just stand here, and any kid, because there's only one way to get down, 2 ways to get down by the stairs, and you just keep looking, and if a teacher yells out, you grab the kid. Boom. You do that for a year, you're gonna get a job at the Department of Education. Promise you. We'll give you the most outstanding recommendation, but no, just constantly chasing these fucking kids, and I guess, oh, why'd you leave this time? Like, I now have to hear it. One kid, you know, because that's the fucking attitude, because everyone felt responsible for what happened from the Vatican, so they thought, oh, you know, one person is worth the whole class. And look, I don't care. It's just foolish. And I'm not blaming them. It was the right thing to do at the time, given the circumstances of the Vatican's, like, absolute, just like, there's no words. And so they did the right thing. It actually does come down to, like, one person on one person. You know, just kid can be saved. Just give him time and, you know, and care and empathy. And that'll heal. But you'd think after, like, the 8th month of just getting up and just leaving, they'd be like, oh, you know, no, just keep chasing him. Oh, now you're his therapist now, not his teacher. Listen, come back, like, literally, this is, now it's lunch, morning tea bell. Oh, he's out. Now it's lunchtime bell. Oh, just Moses on the chalkboard. You know, I don't know who this Moses guy is, but fuck, he's consistently here for me, you know. And I think we just watched it, and that's what kept the kids engaged. So that was great learning. Year 3 comes, old teacher, not going to be on that equity. Did excellent by getting kids to stand up and work well together and read and, like, dress up, and that was excellent. It was all Old Testament. Fucking hilarious. Like, so hilarious to start kids with the Old Testament. I think it's the best. I think you definitely started with the Old Testament. It's absolutely hilarious. And Passover, we were literally like, that was year 3. So year 4, 2004, 2005, I was 6 turning 7, and we just literally spent like, I swear to God, we spent fucking 4 months on the Passover. It's like, what are your thoughts on babies getting just absolutely smoked? Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that? And I'm just like, fuck, you know? Moses must be pretty fucking hectic, I guess, you know? And like, didn't watch the Disney version or anything, just in our heads, just like, yeah. And you know, the whole time, I fucking backed Moses, and it wasn't just because I saw his name up on the wall. It was like, this guy's with me. Through fucking boredom, thick and thin. Like, it was like the ultimate fucking teaser trailer of all time. Just like a whole year of year 2, just like seeing Moses in year 3 comes, like, here he is. And he lived up to the hype, I'll tell you that much. But fuck, man. Like, you have to make sacrifices for individuals within your institution. You not, and yeah, they're kids. You make sacrifices within your institution if you do not have the resources and it's affecting the aggregate beyond your utmost. Okay, you think of ideas like that I thought of just before. Wasn't that hard? Get a kid in, pay him $19 to be a secchi, basically. Give him free sunscreen. There's 2 exits. There's 1 stair, there's 2 stairs. You watch the stairs. Would have increased fucking the output of that whole school by legit like 20x. My goodness. But if you, let's say for some reason you don't have the ability to think about ideas like that because, like, you know, oh, problem. Kids keep running out of the classroom. There's 2 exits, and then it's near the busiest road in Queensland, and then we have a duty of care for them not to get run over. Oh fuck, I don't want to lose my job and go to jail. Let me spend the next fucking 60 minutes looking for him hide and seek, and then fucking being his therapist for another fucking 15 minutes. Please, you have to come back. Why don't you come back? Oh, there's the bell. Oh, now he's all good. Now he's hanging out, you know, in the playground. Oh, fucking cool. I'm not even salty. I'm not salty about what happened. I'm salty dude, just the idea is that's a microcosm of people not being able to sacrifice if there's not enough resources and you've tried your utmost. If your utmost is your utmost and you've thought about all the and you think you've tried all the ideas, you go to a bunch of people, you go to your brain trust, you think of some more ideas, you show the problems. Do you guys have any solutions? And then it might not be enough money to hire some kid to like stand there. We don't have any problems. Oh, I'm sorry, principal. I'm sorry. It's literally disrupting the aggregate equity of the class. Like, if you don't have the words for that, you say it's just disrupting the class far too much. I've got a document right here, 4 times this week. And then after he does it, 3 others do it. Now these kids are getting somehow like taught by, like, not even taught, but just like looked over by like a teacher aide who's just making sure that the kids don't follow the lead of the first kid. I guess she just put an underline under Moses. Like, look, respect for the time. It's 2005. Someone had to build up the Vatican, and you know what I mean? Like, 1 kid at a time. That's 100%. And that's honestly one of the best mindsets that could have ever happened. But seeing it as a microcosm to be applied today in other aspects of government, you know, no kid left behind. Like, respect. All I'm saying is, you ask for more resources, can't get more resources, letter to the Vatican, you know what I mean? Letter to the fucking Vatican? No. Okay, I'm sorry, like, this classroom is just like literally not a classroom. It is they're all just sitting there. Like, I guess they're talking, like, and that's the one thing, like, you'd learn human interaction. Like, if you're just sitting there 2 hours, just like nothing going on. Oh, hi, what's going on? We're 6, we're 7. Pretty crazy world, you know? Not really. Don't know what's going on. Nature's pretty cool. So you're just mulling on the dream time, because that's the only time. It's a church telling us about fucking the dream time. So all we had in our minds of the dream time, Moses, Warren Buffett being this insanely rich person who's going to like give all his money away because he's a fucking absolute G and he doesn't spend any money. He's nothing compared to the richest man who's worth 17 bill. We're never getting that rich. Fuck. And just the dream time. So we just chat about the dream time. And look, respect, absolute respect. Someone else said, teachers had the best mindset for the post 1980, 1990 Vatican mindset. However, if people continue to have, this is why this mindset pisses me off so much. Stop dragging 100 people down, 70% equity for, it's gambling for the chance, the fucking 1 in a million chance of so you can get that savior equity of one person, and that one time you think, oh, they've increased by 10%, the classroom's increased by 20% because of this, and they go off again. And because it's so close to start. It's literally just gambling. It's roulette. But for the savior complex. But no, they don't want to make tough decisions because I don't want to be seen as bad people. You're not a bad person by thinking about the aggregate. In fact, you are a fucking good person. You're an optimal person. You're the person that people want to fucking open their mouths. Instead, you are scared of being seen as a bad person by not... If you've done your utmost, you've done your utmost. We need to give these people these words. You've done your utmost. Get a diary. Put it in. Get someone else to sign it. Fuck. I'm not complaining that it happened to this school. Fair enough. Someone had to fucking pick up where the Vatican absolutely fucked up on. And they absolutely did it. Those kids were absolutely taken care of, and we took care of ourselves. And by the way, I got into a new school in year 5 and like wasn't behind it all. So they, goes to show the power of just going to church once or twice a week and then getting base principles of like what dream time, care for each other, be nice. Here's some, and then you guys just talk to each other. All right, here's the story of Moses. Be kind, be nice. Here's church again. Be kind, be nice. Dream time. Go talk to each other. I wasn't behind it all. So I'm not complaining about what happened. The thing, I'm actually very proud of that institution picking up where the Vatican, I'm not even going to use the words for it. Because that's exactly the mentality that needs to happen when something like that happens. But when I see that type of behavior happen, when it's like, fucking, oh my god, like, that's why I said, like, we're not in school anymore. I said this so much, like, what are you talking about? I was like, my mate instantly got it. Talking about, like, this, there are people consistently choosing to be users. But it's a gambling thing where these people, and they want the equity of being the savior. And it feels so good when they're close to being saved. And by the way, they're just lying to you. And it makes them feel good. So they're getting more, and they know that it makes them feel that. You can see it in your fucking face and eyes. You're just being manipulated. But you want to be manipulated, but it's not even through cognitive dissonance. You want to be manipulated because you want to feel that fucking savior equity, but you don't even know what it is. Savior equity is not taking down the aggregate to put up like a tail risk, like saving a tail risk for like, potentially trying to save an absolute tail liability. Oh, but those are business words. Those are those are army words. Those are right wing words. Like, dude. It's a classroom. Teach the classroom. If you want to be his personal tutor so bad and save him, then volunteer, talk to the principal, talk to the parents, and volunteer your time after school. Go to their home on Saturday and Sunday. Give up your own time to tutor if you care. So, oh no, I want to be a savior on the dime and at the expense of the whole aggregate group. As I said, it's literally just gambling. It's just for them to feel like that rush of the gamble for when like that kid seems to be coming good. But dude, and I get it. I'm not no kid left behind. That's my number one policy. But it gets to a point where you simply do not have enough resources, and it's nobody's fault. And you message the Vatican. They're not affording you someone to look over to make sure the kids can't escape. They have to go to a state school, which has like quite literally 20, 30x, even the poorest state school, 20, 30x more resources and specific people who are specifically trained, specific degrees in this. Like they have, you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell. Like, just the savior complex on people bringing down the aggregate group. Like, they please curb your fucking Christ. It's so annoying. If you actually want to do it, like, there's a quote from this YouTube comment on about Forrest Gump where this YouTuber said, this great philosopher in my eyes, he said, Forrest Gump was a great soldier because he always followed orders. And he was a great hero because he didn't. Oh no, he was a great soldier. Oh, he was a great recruit, or you know what I mean, a great recruit because he always followed orders. But he made an excellent soldier, excellent recruit / soldier because he always followed orders. But he made an excellent hero in battle because he didn't. I think that was the full one. Like, that is the savior equity you're looking for. Like, it's when all the chips are down. It's not when all the fucking chips are up and there's a million things that could be resolved, but you want to be the one to save them. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're not like, it's these people like that are afraid of, like, again, oh, what am I gonna be thought of if I go to the principal and say, what are you gonna be thought of? Well, that's why you bring a record. Here's my diary. Here's the teacher who's in the room next to me. But again, whatever. These teachers did excellent. I was prepared for year 6. Like, these guys did an excellent job, especially in year 4. We read Charlotte's Web. Like, everyone took turns of reading Charlotte's Web. We read Charlotte's Web together. And, you know, everyone was on the same page. And, like, year 4, like, we all did excellent in year 4. Everyone passed an plan, I guess. But my point is, that's a fucking... What? How many factors have to go into that for that to be like, where that's like a thing, like, okay, yeah, fine. You know, okay, the Vatican had to do that, you know. These kids had to be like Aboriginal, hate white people and hate the white schooling system and be brought up in a city and have fucking land out that they go to during holidays, so they just hate the inner city. Like, what do you think? Just send them to a fucking state school after the X amount of time, dude. But whatever, you didn't, and I'm glad. Someone needed to step up for the Catholic, and it gave me a lot of faith in, like, what people are willing to do when someone's clearly... It's a great role model, because in my head I thought, That is what human compassion is. Because I didn't know there was a possibility to go, that it was a Catholic school and there's a possibility to go to a state school. So I thought, like, that is what humans are willing to do for each other. Like, you know, we're clearly in this room. We're surviving. Like, we can, you know, we're surviving. This kid clearly, like, you can tell this kid's coming to school, like, no shoes, like, shit's going on. He's constantly, like, you know, we'll take an elf, and I'm happy for this teacher to live. And then, because it shows, like, this is, and, you know, show the compassion of older people, like even older people. It's major compassion, are willing to sacrifice, not sacrifice us because I didn't see we were being sacrificed, but like more like in short, because I didn't see it in terms of like there was scarcity. I just thought it had to be done. Because of course we were a crew. Like I wanted everyone in the group, but now it's, and look, if you are in a, I mean, everyone needs to get asked these doctor questions. Like, you're in a hospital. There's 6 patients dying. One of them needs water. The water's 5 kilometers away. One of them needs a blood transfusion of your blood. The needle's right on the bottom. The other patients don't have any signs or anything, but they're asleep and they're breathing, and there's no one around. What do you do? The point is, you have scarcity. We're not God, we're creatures. Something has to give. Take out the IV, take out the needle, get that blood, put it in the person, save their life, then run to the fucking water well if you're not fast enough and they run out of water. Quick little sign of the cross, and be happy that you saved that one person. And be happy that you did your utmost. And if you didn't do your utmost, that you fucking bitched it and fucking jogged when you should have sprinted. And no, I'm not saying like, oh, you sprint jogged. That's pathetic. Because what, like, you know, shit's going on in your life. You know, you sprint jog because like you were a runner when you were young, but it's been 3 years and you're sorting out some shit, and your utmost is your utmost, even if it is just jogging. But if you're jogging at the utmost pace, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, if only I ran in my spare time, I would have done it. No, that's not what your utmost is. Your utmost is what you can give at the time. There's so many examples of like Australian saviour complex. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, because it's basically this idea that, oh, we're so rich, we will be the ones to sacrifice. Like, the country is, the island is, the island is, the continent is, every person here is fucking broke. Everyone is a fucking immigrant. And if they're not an immigrant, they're a fucking farmer who earned that fucking land, and they're still... How rich are they? They've got farmland. Like, if you want to be a farmer so bad, go buy some farmland. Like, literally, but you won't, because you don't want to be a fucking farmer. So don't deny the farmer their fucking wealth, dickhead. Oh my god. But yeah, I guess I want to get my point that like a true ethical politician. That's what I want this book to be like, sort of understood as, in terms of like, I just want to explain myself to people who just think I'm an absolute fuckhead, because I am, but like, not fuckhead, just an asshole, because it's just like so fucking exhausting to like climb up a fucking sand wall dune, and just every time you like crawl up, like the sand keeps falling you back down. You just keep going up, the sand keeps going underneath, and that's like, and everyone, the sand on the bottom is all the democracy, and the sand on the top where you're trying to get over, that's the fucking corruption. And it's like, what? And like all these people at the bottom, we are in a very, very, very young civilization. Of course, people can't just fucking go hitman blasting, like, or go fucking PI, like just get like 20, 50 PIs, like, and those that can, they're so old that they go, oh, I've raised my kids well enough. That's their duty now. I've done enough. And every time I talk to those people who say that, I think to myself, you have. It's unfortunate. You're 50. If that's, I guess 50 is an age where people just, they don't give up. They have had enough. Like, they've done enough. So it has to be people who are 40. Or like in my special circumstance, where it's like you've just, I just fucking love this place, like seriously. And I never thought I could make money, so I never put my mind on money. I was always just thinking, like, how can we solve bullying? How can we solve education? How can we fix this fucking problem? So every time I learned things in education, like the fucking wars and shit, it was always like, okay, how does this relate to the governance of Australia so we can make it an absolute perfect for people, for kids, in my head, me, to have an upbringing that was better than mine. Yes, and that's nothing. That's not a fail of them who just want to live their lives. Because there's only so much people can fucking do when there's just like so much corruption and there's so many people who have so many opinions and we all agree on so much shit. But like, if it's not the exact same fucking vector, or the exact same fucking slogan, like fuck off, we're full, nah, hate them, or can we just pause migration for a little bit while we're trying to sort out fucking housing prices while the Federal Reserve, like, because the Federal Reserve and China, like, absolutely, like, just fucked up the world for, like, no reason. Like, not people are like, what the fuck? And it's like, but it's the exact same message as fuck off, we're full, you know? Like, what the fuck? So this is not what I actually want to say, but this is good. This is what I want. I want people to just live their lives. Like, we just need judges to let people live their lives. We don't need a fucking government in legislative. Let people bash people. How do you think we fucking rolled for 200,000 fucking years? Plus. Oh, let's go to the fucking PM. Oh, I don't like that. That 15-year-old posted on fucking Snapchat. Like, whatever the fuck it was about, like, I'm the most anti-fucking terrorism person outside of fucking Tim Kennedy. And that's hyperbole, like, don't mean to disrespect our service members, you know, but like, fuck. But the cunt's just like, it's just the lame, it's just, these lame political point winnings were fun in 2008 when we were trying to forget that 9/11 happened and we were just living on our little corner of, you know, Australia. We were remembering the 80s, the 60s, the 70s, the 90s, and we just had our little pocket of fucking peace. It all changed 2014. Like, Tora Johnston, Katrina Dawson. Was it December 17th? I'm sorry, I forgot. And it's just like, the Queen, the literal woman who went through Prince Philip, I just like, we're literally 95 years old. We went through World War II. We fucking like smoked cones, did coke with all these old fellas who went through World War One. They talked about like literally just blowing up, like literally some of these people have personally just blown up like 20,000 people. Just he was on that fucking howitzer all day. Oh, you're the man who ran that howitzer 16 hours a day from 2014 to 2018. It's actually you, young man. You are welcome here anytime. How many people have they think that you killed? Or that you demolished? You know, fuck, like literally, like dude, like, and then you've got this guy, and they literally topped Diana for like being cheeky with someone who's hustling and foul. Chapter 8, yeah, spoils of war under the name of Abraham. And the Governor General who reports to them, they're like, dude, don't ask us about this. What do you think? The fact that you didn't say anything meant nothing needs to be said. And then it comes down to, and then how dare you like ask me to think about this? I've gone through way too much of this shit. I'm 90 years old. Prince Philip's like, dude, giving me PTSD, reminding me of that 23-year-old bloke who I wanted to be friends with, who I promised that I would he's like one of the best friends I ever had. Spoke for 3 days, one of the best friends I ever had. Should have grown old with him. I found out 2 weeks later his boat was fucking capsized and blown up. Like, don't fucking talk to me about fucking death. I'm 93 years old. And this guy, it's because the Constitution is trained on defense. Section 51, subsection 6 is defense. But what's the sixth commandment? A natural commandment. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt Semite. So it's on defense. So it's defense to defend you Semite. Should be fucking simple enough. The guy's there for 16 hours. What is this hostage negotiation? What is this state police force going in? And what is this preparation? Get the feds in. Why was it the state governor? Get the governor. And by the way, the guy with the sniper, if you took the shot, there's a trillion things you could have said. I saw his finger move to click the button. Didn't have time to hear an order from above. I made the call. I was on with the sniper. I smote him. I saw his finger move. I saw his finger go to shoot Tory. This is after an hour and a half. Like, we had, like, the whole country is just, like, literally going through a terror attack. Like, ended after fucking 10 minutes. The second he put an ISIS flag on, he's mentally ill. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone must be saved. We're not in school anymore, in a fucking Catholic school with Aboriginal kids post-Vatican that. This guy is well aware of his actions. He's 40 years old. James Foley has just had his neck done. These guys are going absolutely rampage ham after what? The West went in to stop 9-year-old girls, 6-year-old girls from getting put in harams to get like that. What? Like, it's just absolute. It's not even. You can't even say the word misogyny. Like, the whole fucking country went through a terrorist attack, and that wasn't like 9/11 where it was already done and people are just like looking at it like, wow, the world's never going to be the same again. Like, what? No one can do anything except for those firemen. Rest in peace. And if you ever want to cry in front of Hollywood, you just keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open, like on the Zoom recording. Keep your eyes open, then start recording, and then think about the 5 people who lost their lives at the same time. Boom. That's how you cry on Zoom for Hollywood. Like, why is this one guy? And what's his life gonna be if you do somehow? He has a loaded gun. He could have had. If he's so well prepared that he has a kill switch, and when he falls, the whole place blows up. Okay, yeah, okay, man. Okay, I'm not shit talking that. What I'm shit talking is Rami said, "Oh, we weren't prepared for the planes to go in." Same, like, but they were. They literally were. They thought, yeah, it could happen, but there's no fucking way anyone could be ever that evil. Like, literally, no fucking way. We know human nature. There's no way. No way. Like, we're prepared for it, but like, we're prepared for it insofar as we know that it's never gonna happen. And when it happened, they're like, fucking piece of betrayal, piece of shit. And so they had to go in. Like, as the quote from the Delta gentleman and the Green Bros, like, after 9/11, I mean, in 9/11, we had to do, like, straight up. The betrayal of that was just, it's a single, there will never be any, like, as much as Saddam Hussein, like, and you gotta see, these people just don't see this, man. And I knew it before I saw it. And I think it really is. I know. There's a word which means one cannot see pictures. Aphantasia. Call of Duty. I already knew this is what it looked like, but like, they just don't know. When I played this, it was like just something I don't know, but like well done. It was absolutely well done. But like this, like the kid, and you just know. And the poppy fields is so attractive. Just seeing a kid. Oh, and there's Alphabet, you know. They had made a deal with Ukraine. They could have got. I would give up Ukraine any day to get. Assad. Just tell Ukraine guys, just enjoy being part of the Soviet Union again. You love the Soviet Union. You speak the same language. You got this exact same. You got the exact same. Fucking like symbols for your alphabet, Cyrillic. Like, please stop giving us a whole, like, you know. But you guys have to make a sacrifice. We'll holler at you soon. We understand your struggle. You guys are farmers, and these guys have been pissing you off for a while. We get it. It's like little brother, like a hard-working older brother, which is Ukraine, getting fucking taken advantage of by the middle son, who for some reason was always preferred because he was like good at sport. We get it. But we have to we cannot live in a world where Al-Assad exists. So Ukraine, I will say to Russia, yeah, give up. And you say like low key, super quiet. Yeah, give us Al-Assad and like every motherfucker to do with that whole regime, because this went on for like doesn't matter. The point is, and then Ukraine back into the Soviet bloc. Respect. That was always. I mean, like you can see it in the Cyrillic. It's clear in the Cyrillic. Like, where's the empathy for this, man? Like, no, where's the empathy for the justice? Like, why does everyone have empathy for like, oh, I can't believe it's happening. Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess that's a good start. Where's the let's get the justice for the people who fucking did it? Like, it's because people don't want to think to themselves that someone is capable of doing it. Yes, because that would mean that they are therefore capable of doing it. No, you're not capable of doing it because you have a fucking different mindset, and these people are fucking evil. Like they literally are. Like, at worst case scenario, you can just write them off and say like their fucking neurons connected in a bad way, and that's why they're that way. But no, they literally just hate women and they just love power, and it's just the nature of fucking ugly ass XY chromosomes, men. Like when they're raised poorly, they have money, they get off on like fucking bullying, they whore coke around, they love destruction, they fucking hate their mum and dad because they didn't give them attention, instead got money and played around, and they weren't allowed, so then they want to tear shit down. And I guess we all have to suffer because, you know, fuck, they had to go to school while their parents enjoyed their money, literally. How dare they decide that you have to go to school? Oh, when you see this kid, like, fuck, man. Easily, just because Ukraine isn't giving up Ukraine. They still have their language. As long as you have your language, you're a people. Like, and if you... The whole judicial system, it didn't fucking exist. The whole thing was... And there was no government. It was literally just absolutely just... Whoever had money take all... There was no government. So, like, the government of Ukraine, like... I read one PhD thing on that went full analysis. They were like, dude, there's literally no judicial system. You just rock up, put $20,000 on the table, you get whatever the fuck you want. It's... I can't remember the exact quote, like, the most corrupt, like, Western, like quote-unquote, like... Not Western, but the most corrupt judicial system in, like, any, like, civilized, like, quote-unquote civilized or, like, structured judicial system. Like, it's just, like, they were like, it may as well not exist because of how, like, bad it is. Like, it's just, like, it's like an anti-justice system. So that's not, like... Point is, give up Ukraine, ask Putin, like, yeah, get us Al-Assad, and then I can fucking go to sleep at night knowing that people who fucking chemically bomb, like, there's just one thing that we all know: asphyxiation. Turning the air we breathe, oxygen, O2, into something where you inhale it, you can't escape it, it fills the room. It's the most evil fucking thing. Like, look at that. Pretty just rude, just calling him Russian. I wouldn't call it Russian. It was Al-Assad. And they're just, dude, they're salty because, like, definitely Al-Assad. I don't like that propaganda there. Give me a fucking break. Okay, so, like, you can see here, US all the way over here, big boys. Okay, keep hustling. But, yeah, okay. 9/11. Where you at? Up here. Boom. Is he in here? He was. He escaped. Where could he be? Check Piers Morgan Trump interview in like 2009, 2010. Oh, he's probably hanging out somewhere in Pakistan because he was here, and that's exactly where they check. So where are you gonna go? Somewhere where they're not looking. Pakistan. Or look, that story, like, can keep hustling. I look, probably, honestly, he was probably in Afghanistan because they would have then thought to go to Pakistan. If Trump predicted he was in Pakistan, then he was in Afghanistan. Like, if Trump predicts on a whim, on Piers Morgan, that he's probably in Pakistan, that meant that he was in Afghan. Because he's like, dude, there's just no way. Like, because the thing is, this area is so big and there's just so many fucking caves. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's absolutely huge. Boom, boom, boom. How big is that? Like, there's no way is it that fucking big? You're kidding me. Okay, it's literally that big. It'd be really cool if Google Chrome Lab, you'd he's just not being funny. He was in Afghan. He baited them thinking he probably sent a bunch of people in Pakistan. That's why Trump had the inside scoop on that. He said he's probably in Pakistan. That's to make them think he's in Pakistan, he's in Afghan. And then to make sure that people don't pull that trick on them again, they set up, oh yeah, he's right next to the military base. Yar, dude. That you're trying to pull that a million times. Yeah. So it's like, all right, when you're running from us, make sure you go into the next country. So it's because it's all about next time it happens for these guys because it's empire shit. But they were already in it. Iran, you guys are troublemakers. Like, NFL, Chapter 8, Spoils of War is just not on Moses, bro. It's not Abrahamic, but whatever. This guy is literally chemically, not him, he's fighting them, chemically gassing kids, as you saw just before. What helps keep jumping and all that shit. It's $60 trillion of stuff in Iraq that they just left. That 80 trillion is the entire world's GDP. Like $60 trillion. Like, what is the point of working for a good commerce society if, like, someone can just literally just make 200 mil, live the rest of their life on just, like, hitting a lick of just, like, turning on the keys to, like, a fucking, just find like 5 Sikorsky's fucking S92s and they all have the fucking key in them, and you just fucking quickly look on Google how to fucking drive it. You like risk your life because you're worth like negative like Iraq dollars, and then you just somehow learn to fly it. You move it away, like you fucking land it fucks up like big time. And the second one you land, it's a little bit better, still fucks up. When you sell it, they don't give a fuck that it's all fucked up. Cause like, oh, we'll fix that gay cunt. Like, we'll buy it for, and they go like, you know, I guess we'll buy it for, and then the guy instantly goes, 25 mil? And they're like, oh, we're thinking more like 150. You only scratched the bottom a little bit, but okay, yeah, 30 mil. But then then everyone should just work for like each other, I guess, to try and all these people just want to do is have family dinners and then just go to work so they can have family dinners, like do good for each other, like social connection, help each other. But then, okay, whatever, 9/11 happened, like that was just an absolute spook. So then, what the fuck is this guy getting all salty at Al-Assad? What's Putin thinking it's a fucking inside job? It's obviously not. He's just a fucking crazy fucking jihadist who was jealous that George W. Bush became president. Literally. And like the CIA probably used him as an asset and like, dude, you say if you're an asset for the CIA, there's no quid pro quo. You're doing it for the fucking 13 stripes on the flag. If you get fucking your 2 kneecaps shot off because they need those 2 kneecaps shot off, because that just needs to happen. Like, you're on a need to know basis. Yeah, you fucking copy. You fucking signed up. You're doing it for the 13 flags, dickhead. Don't come back fucking blowing up, fucking throwing planes into buildings, and then Al-Assad's getting fucking mad because okay, people would have left to go into Syria because the Americans were holding down like peace in Iraq. They straight up were. All on the overpasses they were making sure people weren't getting raped on the overpasses, like facts. And then they would have been, no, we hate this. We can't rape fucking 9-year-old girls anymore. Let's go to Syria. Then Al-Assad's getting pissed off. He starts chemically bombing them because he's like, these are just savages. I don't give a shit. Rule number 1, no fucking infecting the air with poison. and he's on the Al-Assad. I talk to Al-Assad, he would literally be like on the same mindset as Tim Kennedy and fucking John McPhee, insofar as did like these people come in and raping all these girls. I hate them. Like, I don't want to waste bullets. I just gassed them because they're absolute piece of shit savages. And I don't know. I can't be 100% certain God's going to do the right punishment to him. He might be an absolute ambivalent God. I have to do the punishment, and I wanted them chemically gassed. You just cannot be chemically gassing. Just full stop. We fucking made them. It's a clear fucking understanding. Like, it's just a clear understanding. It's just such a fucking clear understanding. They're not in here trying to hold down fucking oil, cunt. I mean, that's why they made such an obvious. That's why they made such a leave Biden, because Biden knew that absolutely they weren't there for fucking oil, so he made a fucking huge like show of it. Like, if we were really here for oil, why don't we just leave? And yeah, it's a fucking good point, but it's like you just left $60 trillion of stuff and you've screwed up the entire credit system. And now the whole world's like, the whole world economy, $80 trillion, just all in the hands of these people who just rape 9-year-olds. And just look at, like, why were they there? And you just have to listen to these guys talk. They're not making it up. They do not have education systems. Their book says, I mean, their book doesn't even say it. Their book has the third wife of Muhammad on the evil commandment, third commandment, don't do evil. It's known 3 is a bad number. It's the start of evil in Russia. Google translate Russia. Evil. Three. Second, no. Idols is like, don't put anything that's not absolutely positive up. Third commandment is like God. So God meaning like God, meaning like the perfect O, and then GD is an O, and this G is an arrow to positive linear up, and then D is just like, see, you can see it. So it's like being optimal, efficiently. And taking it into vain means doing less than that, which is effectively not doing your utmost. It means do your utmost, and if you do less than your utmost, it's evil. But it's also a change to number 2, which is don't do false idols, which is don't do anything. Don't do something that's... So false idols is like something that's like 90% good, don't do that. Just do what's 100% good. This one's saying like, you know what's 100% good, don't do something that's 90% good. Or even 10% good. So it's like a foil for the second commandment. So it is like just saying like don't do evil. And like 3 is just known as just the E, like you just saw before with Russia. Like, how it's just known. It's just 3 is just evil. Like, it's literally like spelled it too. Like, come on. I mean, I see the think of all the other ones, but like, and like Prince was like, yeah, no, I heard Al-Assad's reasoning, man. Like, those guys, like, just continuously democratically voting for 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds to not have any education. They literally just speak, like that's literally how they speak. And then what I was talking about in this thing, I'm getting vilified as a person. And obviously, people don't want to talk about it. We don't have a fucking choice, guys. We're on Australia, post 9/11. Like, it's already just, like, people just don't understand how bad. They just haven't mulled on Moses. Like, they just don't know. They just take everything for granted. It's like, it's work to keep this fucking place as good as it is. And I hate to complain, but I don't complain for the people who are doing good. I don't care if you're not doing it almost. It's the people who are complacent and like actively bringing it down because of that complacency, and they're always young. They always fucking hate on people like me, but they don't hate because they're jealous. They genuinely hate because they think people like me are like not intentional. They just don't like people like me because it's like I'm wrong. They think I'm wrong. Like no cunt. Post 9/11, on a continent with 22 million people, unlimited money resources. These people have zero. We obviously have a duty to fucking give them money and education and give them structure. They held down the police force for a while. And then they got accused of by every cunt for fucking being there for oil. Then Biden's like, I fucking know for certain it wasn't for oil. I know for certain I looked these photos, but whatever. If you want to keep on accusing us it's for oil, I'll just leave. And that's why he got up and fucking left. And now you got $60 trillion in the fucking credit system. Oh, 9 months of every single person's productivity, what they contribute to the world in 9 months, every day, every minute. Even if 90% of it was destroyed, $6 trillion. That's still how much the Earth's make, like, in like a fucking month. And like, fuck. Yeah. I want to explain this conservative bit a bit more. Secure living conditions, 100% need secure living conditions. This is like people fucking shit on me. Oh, yeah, at home. Like, I'm in an office in a law firm, keep hustling. But yeah, I'm at home, I guess. Yeah, okay, move on from that. But yeah, okay. Because I have talked to so many people, and I talk to people deeply about them because I want to. Because I turn on my empathetic time, like, man. And I give them like someone that I know, or I tell them like, and I know the price. Like I won't even say someone I know because that's lame. I'll be like, dude, the prices, and you're earning this. I say because I know them. I'm legit. It's like that Bill Clinton fucking thing. If there's a plant that shut down, there's a good chance that I know them by name. So I know this. If you're my age or up to 36, 46, 56, this American guy was talking. I said, I know exactly how much you earn. I said, you earn X. He's like, damn, that's exactly how much I earn. I even nailed this fucking overtime. 26, something like 20. My friend, he's 29-year-old Texan plumber. Like, dude, it's called paying attention. And people like, go, fuck, this person's paying attention. I go, dude. cocaine purely. It's just disgusting. I just hate the breaking of the law. Make it fucking legal, dickhead. Like, I hate when they fucking break the law. Like, make it 25 plus and then, like, say, like, guys, this is a fucking serious drug. Do not. And then make it, like, if you get caught giving it out, and, like, don't, like giving out, you're going to jail for, like, 100 million years. Like, just straight up, like, just no mercy. Like, but the just breaking of the law, like, fuck you. And you can bring it up without even saying, like, breaking the law. Just say, oh, let's have a hypothetical experiment. I hate the drug. Legalize cocaine, it'd be really good for the Democratic base. We get a lot of votes. Like, just do it. Like, I'd never do it. Like, fuck. So in case people go, oh, he's the cokehead. Like, I don't do it. You know, fuck. You're in fucking Canberra, man. And everyone's lying about. Like, everyone's doing it illegally anyway. So what, are you gonna get fucking condemned for fucking someone thinking you're a liar? They're all fucking worse than liars. They're fucking politicians breaking the fucking law. Yeah, this is just everyone on the age of 38 right now because they just can't afford fucking houses. This is what's just so fucked. They hate the other side so much because they fucking hear of the corruption directly, and then of course, like, oh, our corruption is not as bad. Like, you do not need to fucking undo their legacy if it's positive for the fucking people and it costs more to, and it's like, they would rather take down the fucking opponent's legacy than fucking help this fucking citizens. Yeah, and I love this. Yeah, we're back to power anyway. Yeah, this is what pisses me off. It's the confused and cynical, yeah. Yes. This is I'm just gonna focus on one thing and I'd make it 2 essays. Make it like 2 chapters. It's an incredible theoretical framework. It's absolutely incredible. Like, Plato himself couldn't even get like 1% as fucking perfect as the US Constitution is, which is like a 10th as good as the Australian one. Australian one needs a little bit of work. American one doesn't though, so which one's better? But like, no, America's good for like one that just lasts like just forever. Australia's the best one for one that's just going to like is an F1 car, whereas the American Constitution's like that Honda fucking. Is it the fucking? Is it the Pigeon or some shit? The Super Cub. The American Constitution's a Super Cub. Australia's is an F1. They had way too little people, man. At least this is nature. Like some cunt coming in and saying this is my domain, just running shit. That is what nature is, like just some top fucking gorilla dog, great ape, you know. But this snake nest, and then so like I come in hot like defending Ukraine, like they're the true Soviets, and I'll explain why the Soviets is the best with the fucking MQPV or whatever formula. But like ultimately, Al-Assad needs to be like, oh you know you yeah fucking. It's just soul crushing to know this guy's just like in a Sikorsky S92, just like literally just whore coke living it up, just after he did that. Like it just makes me think this world fucking sucks, but I know it doesn't. So something needs to be done, so I guess we have to work on that first. But then I'm the fucking cunt who's doing nothing. Fuck, you know? And you know, I'm the one who actually Supreme Court of Japan, so I feel bad for all the bros and sisters in my exact same position who didn't have like fucking 100,000th, 1/1,000,000th of the fucking opportunity privilege. I still put in the fucking work, but like still would never have happened. Like there are people who have the law degree who I know just would never have been able to do it just because they just wouldn't have, you know, just wouldn't have occurred to them. Like So what I'm saying is, like, it's just like an absolute, like, just an absolute fucking absolute charm. And I'm still getting shit for like not wanting to fucking participate. And I am the one. We are all participating. People are learning. They're learning. But guys, when you're learning, if you're doing the decision to do the learning, you have to learn properly. You have to put shit in your word. You have to back it up. You have to fucking put it on a stream or some shit so that you can go back and check things and like write it down. Word this thing, and I found this. Like, you can't just be quote unquote learning on the internet. Okay, like deciding to go by yourself, but then you still have to do the same sort of things that they do at uni, which is go back over your work like they do in tutes, and then have an exam where you have to remember, as in you do the same thing to yourself.